Chapter 1659. At the same time, in a hidden cave, Lin Xian was holding 2 storage rings with a smile on his face. These were the storage rings of the mysterious siblings. One had to admit that the storage rings of the 2 siblings were very rich, even richer than the storage rings of ordinary personal disciples. There were a large number of supreme-grade, subdivine crystals inside, which made Lin Xian very happy. He used the Dragon Sword realm and quickly absorbed them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. His cultivation was also increasing rapidly, and he was now only a step away from becoming a 3-star king. However, he could not break through. Not enough. I need to fight again. Lin Xian calculated the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the first stage. He had to find a personal disciple and fight again. As long as he could get some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, he would be able to break through and become a 3-star king. Once he became a 3-star king, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. His battle strength would increase greatly. In this way, he would have a certain level of strength in this vast eastern wasteland. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he moved again. This time he was looking for a personal disciple while flying towards the mountain range in the distance. This was because he had to reach that mountain peak at the stipulated time tomorrow. Otherwise, he would fail. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. However, he did not find many people along the way. He thought that those people were all flying towards the mountain peak. This was indeed the case. It was already the last day. Basically, those who had the strength had formed a complete jade pendant. At this moment, they were flying towards the mountain peak. Those who had lost their jade pendants were also lying in ambush near the mountain peak, wanting to launch a final counterattack. Therefore, there were not many people in most places in this forest. Moreover, there was another reason. It was the scene of the siblings being defeated 2 days ago. It was too shocking. It made everyone tremble in fear. They did not dare to stay in this forest any longer, afraid that they would meet the Demon King Madman. This made Lin Xian somewhat depressed. This was because if he did not meet other personal disciples, he would not be able to break through to become a 3-star king. Therefore, along the way, he quickly spread out his soul power, forming a carpet search. There are sounds of fighting ahead. After flying for half a day, Lin Xian finally discovered a trace of movement. Instantly, his face was filled with ecstasy as he sped up. The view in front of him opened up, and the trees gradually became sparse. Instead, it was surrounded by mountains, and there was even a large silver waterfall flowing down. The sound of the flowing water was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Not only that, but there was also an intense battle taking place near the waterfall. However, the 2 sides of the battle were a little strange. It wasn't the disciples of the 3 sects fighting. It was a battle between a man and a beast. It was a green-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was sharp as a knife. His entire being was incomparably fierce. On his body, it was surrounded by sharp saber lights, each of which was as sharp as a heavenly saber. It was extremely terrifying. Opposite him was a terrifying demon king. Its entire body was covered in blue scales. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its head was the size of a house. Not only that, but his body also carried a monstrous killing intent, causing more than half of the void to distort. At this moment, the 2 of them were fighting, and terrifying waves of air swept in all directions. When Lin Xian got closer, he noticed that there was a half-meter tall plant behind the blue monster. The purple leaves were crystal clear, and a 7-petaled flower bloomed. There were 7 or 8 purple fruits on top of it. Divine fruit! Lin Xian was extremely shocked because it was a rare spiritual fruit. It was rarely seen, and he didn't expect to see it here. No wonder the green-robed man wanted to fight with the blue monster. He probably wanted to obtain the Arhut divine fruit as well. Moreover, The green-robed man was no stranger to Lin Xian. He was the top genius of the Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng. Lin Xian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Ding Peng and the blue monster. The monster's eyes were ferocious as it let out an angry roar. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with this new human and wanted to scare him away. On the other side, Ding Peng frowned. A black robe and a green dragon mask. You should be the crazy demon king that's been rumored recently. Ding Peng sneered. Kid, you actually dared to attack a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. How audacious. Since we've met now, I'll kill you myself. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't expect to meet a top genius so soon. Ding Peng's strength was indeed outstanding, far surpassing the other personal disciples. However, since he had met him, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave. Since the other party was his senior brother, he should have more supreme-grade, subdivine crystals. If he obtained the other party's storage ring, he could definitely break through to become a 3-star king. I didn't expect it to be you. Since we've met, let's have a go. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What? Ding Peng was indeed surprised. He snorted. Kid, no matter who you are, your courage is indeed surprising. However, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated the phantom siblings. To tell you the truth, other than Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng, no one dares to attack me. However, even Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng are no match for me. So you dared to challenge me. That's your biggest mistake. Cut the crap. Whether it's a mistake or not, we'll know in a battle. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently and said, Let's go to the other side, so as not to destroy the Arhut divine fruit. Up to you. Since you want to choose your own grave, I'll fulfill your wish. Ding Peng shrugged indifferently. He had strong confidence. This time, he came with the intention of entering the wavering light, sacred land. Moreover, he was very confident in himself. Even Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng, who were equally famous as him, were no match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the warriors this time. As for that demon king madman, even though he had defeated quite a number of his personal disciples, he still did not put them in his eyes. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. Very soon he arrived at a forest. This place was some distance away from that Arhut divine fruit. Even if they fought fiercely, they probably could not hurt that place too. Chosen the grave? Behind, Ding Peng followed unhurriedly, the corners of his mouth carrying a hint of a cold smile. So much crap. But Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Courting death. Let me see just what kind of means you have. Ding Peng was greatly enraged. He never thought that the other party actually dared to berate him. One had to know, even Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng did not dare to be so rude to him. Chapter 1660. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he charged over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian. At the same time, his arm vibrated rapidly. He did not pull out his long saber. Instead, he used another terrifying technique. His 5 fingers formed a claw with mysterious runes surrounding it. Suddenly, 5 terrifying claw shadows appeared. Each of them was several meters long and had a deep purple color. On top of it, there were mysterious runes revolving around it. Otherwise, there would be lightning flashing around them and emitting a terrifying aura. Purple Demon Claw. As soon as the terrifying palm appeared, it was immediately filled with a terrifying aura. At the same time, there was also a shocking power. Perhaps even a 5-star king would not be able to resist this claw. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and punched out. Boom! The two collided and the void exploded. Countless storms swept in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and the huge claw was also pushed back. Interesting. No wonder you could injure so many personal disciples. I have to say, Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations." Ding Peng was extremely surprised, and he sized up Lin Xian again. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. It was far beyond his expectations. Judging from his strength, he was not weak even among 5-star kings. However, he had no chance of winning against him. In the next moment, Ding Peng sneered and waved his huge palm again, quickly slapping over. The purple demon claw emitted light and quickly grew larger. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Above it, lightning flashed and rumbled. It was as if a purple cloud had completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The purple demon claw had not descended yet, but the lightning on it mercilessly struck down. One by one, they interweaved in the air, forming an electric net. It was powerful and terrifying, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's response was very simple. He punched out. At this moment, his fist was comparable to a treasure. It was powerful and terrifying. The purple lightning net was instantly torn apart by the fist. Not only that, the fist silhouettes that filled the sky interweaved with one another and rapidly shot upward. "Fight against me? You overestimate yourself." Ding Peng coldly snorted and clapped his hands. Immediately, the black, cloud-like, demonic claw in the sky rapidly descended. The demonic claws covered the sky and covered the earth. This kind of powerful attack was suffocating. Most likely, other than Dan Feng and Xiao Cheng, none of the other personal disciples would be able to stand against him. However, the result exceeded Ding Peng's expectations. The black fist rose into the air and instantly slammed into the purple demonic claw. Ka ka ka! The purple demonic claw couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a low groan. Then it was covered with cracks. On the other hand, Lin Xian's fist shone brightly, and its power did not diminish. Pum! In the next moment, the purple demonic claw split apart. What? Ding Peng's pupil shrank, and he retracted his hand in disbelief. Streams of blood flowed between his fingers, and his face was pitch black. His opponent had actually broken through his attack. This was simply too unbelievable. What a powerful fist! Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? His expression was uncertain, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He was full of confidence before and didn't take the other party seriously at all. But now he actually suffered a loss in the other party's hands and was even injured. This made his face burn, as if he had been slapped in public. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect that I've underestimated you. Ding Peng was so angry that he laughed. But next, I'll let you know my true strength, and you will die in despair. Ding Peng snorted coldly again. His black hair danced wildly, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a demon king, waving his palms rapidly, forming a strange trajectory. If there were other martial artists here, they would definitely exclaim in shock, because the other party was using a Purple Sun Sect's ultimate skill, Void Heaven Palm. A purple sun appeared in Ding Peng's palm. It spun rapidly, emitting a monstrous aura. This was a Purple Sun Sect's ultimate skill, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, in the hands of Ding Peng, it was even more powerful. That purple sun seemed very real. Although it wasn't big, the aura emitted from it was probably something that a 5-star king couldn't withstand. In fact, it had already surpassed the power of a 5-star king. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He let out a low shout, and immediately his entire body released spiritual energy. Waves of destructive aura quickly surged out. It fought against the purple light in front of him. Boom! In fact, the two of them didn't even make a move, but the terrifying aura clashed rapidly in the air. A thunderous sound was heard. Cracks were even torn in the void. On the opposite side, the purple sun was held in Ding Peng's hand, emitting an ocean-like energy. Not only that, the weight was extremely terrifying. Even the void under Ding Peng's feet was distorted. One could only imagine how terrifying this purple sun was. Kill! With a cold shout, Ding Peng's palm fell. Immediately, the purple sun began to descend. Boom! The sky collapsed in an instant. The purple sun was incomparable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. That kind of power was probably something that even a 6-star king would have to avoid. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Countless cracks that were thousands of miles long appeared on the ground. Nothing could withstand this kind of power. Even Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that the other party was definitely a powerful opponent. However, he wasn't afraid. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been afraid of anyone. Now it was the same. At this moment, light bloomed in his body. The great dragon sword soul circulated rapidly, and the destructive and violent aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The black aura even turned into flames that burned fiercely, intertwining to form a black dragon that circled around his body. He waved his fists, and endless fist shadows flashed. The black dragon on his body became more solid, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, the black scales on it were even lifelike, as if a real dragon had been reborn. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded. The black dragon on his body and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared at the same time. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was filled with power. The dragon sword soul in his body surged, and dragon qi surrounded his body. At this moment, with Lin Xian as the center, powerful energy fluctuations rolled out like roaring waves, sweeping in all directions. Thunderbolt dragon! Lin Xian shouted as he waved his fists, executing the first killing move of the apocalyptic black dragon fist. Immediately, a violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. Chapter 1661. A violent destructive aura surged out. The two fist shadows transformed into black dragons that roared and charged forward. This was a top-tier, Earth-grade martial bloodline, coupled with Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. This power had also surpassed that of a 5-star king. In fact, even a 6-star king might not be able to contend against it. The black dragons fought against the purple sun. In the next moment, the two collided, erupting with an incomparable light. The entire sky was illuminated in an instant. The berserk aura swept out in all directions like the waves of the sea. At this moment, the area within 100 miles was filled with violent energy flows. Countless mountains and trees were uprooted from the ground. Dozens of huge black holes appeared in the sky. They were like giant beasts in the abyss. The ground sank as if there was a huge earthquake. This attack was extremely terrifying. After dozens of collisions, the purple sun was on the verge of collapse. Then it exploded. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth. The two black dragons roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, the void sky solar palm was defeated. Puff! Ding Peng also vomited blood on the spot as his body flew backward. His palms drooped weakly, and his entire body was severely injured. There was a loud boom. He landed on the ground like a meteor. Lin Xian stood in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His black robe trembled, and the azure dragon mask emitted a cold light. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Ah! Ding Peng roared angrily below. The huge rocks around him exploded in an instant. An entire place turned into nothingness. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His body was dripping with blood, but his eyes were abnormally cold. Not only that, but his handsome face was also incomparably ferocious. He was angry. He was really angry. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength had reached the peak of a 5-star king. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time he came to participate in the Holy Land selections with the confidence that he would definitely win. It could be said that no one among the disciples of the three sects could compare to him. However, he had actually been defeated. In fact, it was not that he was careless. Instead, he was defeated when he used his sect's ultimate technique. His opponent's fist was stronger than his, and his opponent's strength was even crazier than his. That destructive aura almost tore his body apart. This kind of scene was something that he had never imagined before. Therefore, he could not accept it at all. With a furious roar, he quickly took out several pills from his storage ring and swallowed them. At the same time, he circulated his spiritual energy, and the bones in his body began to crackle. In an instant, all the broken bones were reconnected. However, even so, the wounds on his body quickly healed. His entire body emitted an incomparably resplendent purple light. "Brat, how dare you injure me? Die!" At this moment, Ding Pan was like a crazed beast, abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and instantly arrived below like a bolt of lightning. Not only that, he even raised his foot and stomped towards Ding Peng. Suddenly, a huge foot of light was formed. It was as sharp as a mountain, and it pressed down quickly. "You are courting death. Scram!" Ding Peng was enraged and roared madly. As a direct disciple, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? The other party actually used the sole of his foot to stomp on him? This really made him mad. With a furious roar, 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 sharp sabers that slashed forward fiercely. The sharp saber rays slashed on the huge foot, producing a clanging sound. The flames were like lightning, shaking heaven and earth. The gigantic foot of light was blocked, and Ding Peng took advantage of this opportunity to appear in another location. "Brat, die!" He roared madly. At this moment, he used all his strength. No matter who the other party was, he had to kill him. With a clang, the saber at his waist was pulled out. Then his arm swayed, and a ray of light quickly slashed out. Whoosh! The ray of light was like a purple divine rainbow. It was extremely dazzling, and a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. He was like a ghost, constantly changing his position, and his speed was extremely fast. The sharp saber rays that filled the sky brushed past him, and they did not hit him at all. Even if they hit him, they were all afterimages. This made Ding Peng even angrier. With a furious roar, light flickered behind him, and a huge domain instantly enveloped the entire space. I don't believe it. No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you have no way to survive. Ding Peng gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura bloomed all over his body. To be honest, he was too shocked. The other party's fist was extremely terrifying, and his strength was boundless, which shocked him. However, the other party's speed was even more strange, and it was extremely fast. In fact, it was even faster than his saber light. This made him unable to do anything to the other party for a while. Thus, he unleashed his domain and completely enveloped the entire space. Seeing that the other party was enveloped, Ding Peng revealed a sinister smile. In this domain, he was the king, and he dominated everything. No matter how fast the other party was, he could not escape. "Haha, brat, go to hell!" Boom, boom, boom. The divine saber domain trembled rapidly, and a tsunami-like sound shook the void. Inside, countless saber rays flickered. They were like streaks of divine red, crisscrossing the space. "Kill!" Ding Peng roared angrily, and immediately, thousands of saber lights slashed toward Lin Xian. The entire space was filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain also appeared behind him. The green domain enveloped him, and countless sword chi also flew out to fight against the saber lights that filled the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and every strike tore through the sky. However, Ding Peng's expression did not look good. The reason for that was because his saber lights were actually blocked. One had to know that this was really too unbelievable. His divine saber domain was extremely terrifying. Any saber light could kill a 5-star king. At this moment, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious young man opposite him actually blocked it, and from the looks of it, it was effortless. This shocked him to the core. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Ding Peng was extremely shocked. He realized that the other party's methods were too strange. Not only did he have incomparably powerful strength and terrifying speed, but he also had such a terrifying domain. The aura on those lights even surpassed his divine saber domain. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Ding Peng shook his head frantically. As the eldest personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his combat strength was even comparable to some disciples of the sacred grounds. It could be said that he was very powerful. Therefore, he did not believe that the other party could defeat him. Divine saber birth. Finally, Ding Peng roared angrily. Chapter 1662. The divine saber domain trembled as the purple saber light that filled the sky quickly intertwined and gathered on the long saber in his hand. Originally, the purple saber in his hand was already very bright. Now, with the support of the endless saber light, it became even brighter. Mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Humph! It's useless. In front of my divine saber domain. You definitely won't be able to escape this time. Ding Peng shouted coldly, and then waved the purple saber in his hand. Boom! The long saber fell, and a huge purple saber light quickly appeared. Divine light shone, and killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a purple river that quickly descended. The void split open, and the saber light vibrated, letting out a crisp sound. It was like a clap of thunder that pierced through all directions. For a moment, the entire space was completely covered by violent energy, and movement techniques could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not use the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, unless he used his fist to break the domain and quickly leave the divine saber domain. Otherwise, no matter how fast his movement technique was, he would probably be affected. Humph! It's just a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. It's no big deal. Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand. Suddenly, a small black cauldron appeared in front of him. He waved it lightly, and the small black cauldron instantly grew bigger. It was like a black mountain blocking in front of him. The small black cauldron was incomparably simple. Birds and beasts were engraved on it, and it emitted a black light that was vivid and lifelike. Clang! The shocking saber light slashed on the black thousand-beast cauldron, letting out an earth-shaking sound. However, it did not break. What? He blocked it. Ding Peng was shocked and did not dare to believe it. The long saber in his hand was a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Coupled with his king's domain, it could be said that this move could injure a 6-star king. However, his opponent blocked it. This made him extremely shocked. Could it be that it's also a mid-grade Earth rank treasure? Ding Peng's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the thousand-beast cauldron in front of him. His face immediately became gloomy. He did not expect his opponent to also have a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. He was too shocked. Generally, the direct disciples of the 3 major sects, like the Purple Sun sect, would have a mid-grade Earth rank treasure. Only the 3 of them, the eldest direct disciples, would possess a mid-grade Earth step artifact. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else had the right to possess it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure. However, this mysterious person had actually taken out a mid-grade Earth step artifact. It was simply too shocking. Damn it, is this kid really not a disciple of our three sects? At this moment, Ding Peng's heart was filled with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Why do you have a mid-grade Earth Step artifact? Ding Peng gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian coldly snorted. You'll know the answer to that question when you beat me. Then he waved his hand and slapped the 1,000-beast cauldron before him. Immediately, the 1,000-beast cauldron shone brightly. Above it, 5 rays of light flowed. Those strange beasts quickly rotated, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out of the 1,000-beast cauldron. Suddenly, a demonic aura shot up into the sky, and a dense light covered the sky. It was a black demonic beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, and its wings were like black demonic blades. When it spread out, it was at least 1,000 meters long. There was a thick, murderous aura around it. In the next moment, Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel the terrifying energy coming from the other party. In fact, he was extremely wary of it. However, Lin Xian was like a demon king, holding the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hand. At that moment, the black demonic beast in the sky quickly charged over. The sky was filled with demonic aura, and a terrifying power tore through the void. This power made one feel despair. Even a 6-star king would not dare to take it head-on. Kill! Ding Peng's scalp went numb, but he still roared and quickly counterattacked with the purple saber in his hand. With a slash of the saber, the surrounding divine saber domain shone rapidly, turning into a dazzling saber light. Like a galaxy, it charged forward. Clang! The saber light was like lightning, ruthlessly slashing the black demonic beast. Immediately, a thunderous sound was heard. Roar! That black demonic beast seemed to be real, and it let out a terrifying roar. Then it raised its incomparably black beast claw and slammed it down. At the same time, it flapped its wings and spun rapidly, forming countless black gales that swept in all directions. This energy was too terrifying. In an instant, the black beast clashed with the saber light that filled the sky, bursting out countless large explosions. The two were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Ding Peng's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could really contend with him. However, Lin Xian was expressionless. He formed another seal with his palm and slammed it on the 1,000-beast cauldron. Immediately, the demonic beast on the cauldron flashed, and another behemoth rushed out quickly. What? There's more! Ding Peng's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the other party could summon demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the destruction Black Dragon Fist. Instead, he used another Earth-grade martial art, 9 Changes of the Firmament. Originally, this was a low-grade, Earth-grade martial art, and its power was a little behind now. However, it was different now. Lin Xian combined the 9 Changes of the Firmament with the 1,000-beast cauldron, and the attack was no weaker than a high-grade, Earth-grade martial art. After all, the 1,000-beast cauldron was a mid-grade, Earth-grade artifact. Moreover, the beast soul on it was very compatible with the 9 Changes of the Firmament. Therefore, the combination of the two was astonishing. The black demonic beast from before was the first change of the Firmament, Cheong Qi change. Now, Lin Xian formed another seal with his palm, and suddenly, a black heavenly rock appeared in the sky. It was incomparably black, and when it spread its wings, it covered the sky like an ancient demonic beast. Boom! The void suddenly boiled. The black heavenly rock surface was smooth, and 108,000 swords were quickly displayed. Suddenly, the entire void was filled with countless black sword chi, and it was incomparably terrifying. Each sword chi was extremely sharp, like a divine artifact. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Ding Peng's face was incomparably ugly. To be honest, this method was indeed beyond his expectations. However, the purple saber in his hand was also a mid-grade, earth-grade artifact. Therefore, he would not admit defeat so easily. Purple lightning saber technique. Ding Peng roared and once again displayed a powerful martial art. The purple lightning saber technique was also a high-grade, earth-grade martial art, and it was incomparably terrifying. With a slash of the saber light that filled the sky turned into purple lightning. An ear-piercing sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the terrifying lightning saber light quickly collided with the 108,000 swords. Boom! Boom! The entire void was completely pierced through. However, it was not over yet. Just when Ding Peng thought that he had resisted the heavenly rock, Lin Xian's third demonic beast condensed. Di Jiang, an ancient demonic beast born with fire. The moment it appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous flame. Boundless flames surged and surged. Everywhere in the world was a sea of fiery red. Chapter 1663. The terrifying heat wave burned all the saber lights in the sky to ashes. Then Di Jiang flapped his wings. Suddenly, the flames that filled the sky surged like waves and swept towards Ding Peng. It was as if he wanted to burn the entire divine saber domain. Purple lightning saber technique. Ultimate kill transformation. On the other side, Ding Peng was forced to retreat. He roared furiously and unleashed a killer move. Suddenly, the purple saber in his hand became even brighter, as if it had become a divine saber. Not only that, but the entire divine saber domain also shone brightly and emitted a mysterious energy. Then, a translucent figure appeared in the divine saber domain, holding a purple lightning saber. In the next moment, a vast amount of energy surged out. Then, the mysterious figure quickly waved the lightning saber. Boom! An astonishing blade light descended rapidly from the void and struck Di Jiang hard. Boom! The terrifying sound of the collision resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, even the entire forest began to tremble. The flames in the sky were torn apart, and a huge saber mark appeared on Di Jiang's body. However, Ding Peng did not have it easy either. The terrifying black flames were so powerful that they caused damage to the divine saber domain. There were even cracks in some places. Damn it! Ding Peng gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had to admit that the other party was indeed powerful. The purple saber in his hand, in particular, made him feel a sense of threat. However, it seemed that the other party had used up all his tricks. On his side, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, the outcome was basically decided. With a cold snort, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm again, cooperating with the 1,000 Beast Cauldron's attack. It was a gigantic demonic ape that was pitch black in color. It stood tall like an ancient giant. It quickly appeared from the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. As soon as it appeared, its arms shook the sky, and the surrounding saber lights were all shattered. This time not only Zhu Yan, but also the 4 beasts that Lin Xian had summoned. They charged forward together. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. With the 1,000 Beast Cauldron above his head, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into a flash of light, charging forward. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Lin Xian descended from the sky like a demon king. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Under the control of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, the 4 demonic beasts ran amok in all directions. Lin Xian charged forward and unleashed the Black Dragon Fist of Annihilation. His attacks carried a violent and destructive aura, as if they were going to blow up the entire space. On the other side, Ding Peng was also going crazy. He did not care about the consequences. He used all his strength to activate the purple long blade in his hand and the divine blade domain. He was like a saber god, swift and fierce to the extreme. However, he was still beaten until he retreated again and again. On Lin Xian's side, the more he fought, the braver he became. He performed the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist, and a destructive aura filled the air. Not only that, his fist technique was becoming more and more skillful, and he was rapidly approaching the minor accomplishment realm. Purple lightning, 7 slashes. On the other side, Ding Pong roared furiously as he exerted his combat strength to the limit and slashed out 7 shocking saber lights in succession. A huge saber light swept across the world. It tore through the void and slashed forward. Thunderbolt, Mad Dragon. Lin Xian performed the killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. A huge black dragon roared out, surrounded by black lightning. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the 7 shocking purple saber lights. There was an explosion in the void, and the entire Divine Blade domain shook rapidly. Both of them kept retreating. Lin Xian performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he opened up the Dragon's Sword domain and formed the Azure Dragon Divine shield to defend against all the violent energy. Ka ka ka! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from his body, and the destructive aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! Lin Xian was ecstatic. He realized that the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. If the Elder of the Wavering Light, Sacred Ground, knew about it, his jaw would drop. The Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was a top Earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, the requirements for martial artists were very harsh. It could be said that it was very difficult to cultivate. Even in the Wavering Light, Sacred Ground, no one could cultivate it. Therefore, he exchanged this cultivation technique with Lin Xian, because he believed that no one could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian had actually cultivated it. Not only did he cultivate it, but he also reached the minor accomplishment realm in an extremely short period of time. This was really unbelievable. But thinking about it, it was understandable. During this period of time, he had been using the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist to challenge various geniuses. It could be said that the improvement of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist was completed in thousands of battles. There was not a trace of water. Feeling that the destructive aura on his body had become stronger, Lin Xian roared excitedly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a huge black dragon, flying quickly in the sky. "Ha! Take another punch from me." Raging Dragon, ripping the sky. This was the second killing move of the Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. In the sky, a huge black dragon appeared. The dragon's claws waved, forming a strong force as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. That energy instantly enveloped Ding Pong. Not good. Ding Peng's face changed drastically, and it was incomparably pale. Originally, he was almost unable to hold on, but he didn't expect that the other party would use another killing move. This was simply unbearable for him. So in the next moment, he vomited blood and flew out. Most of the bones in his body were broken. Not only that, as he flew out with serious injuries, the saber light that filled the sky, as well as the surrounding divine saber domain, quickly disappeared. This shocking battle had also come to an end. The top genius of the 3 major sects, Ding Peng, was defeated. Without the divine saber domain, that violent energy suddenly swept in all directions. At this moment, even the cultivators below the mountain range in the distance felt it. Everyone turned around and looked at the forest behind them. What happened? Could it be that someone is fighting? This energy is too terrifying. It seems to have surpassed the 5-star king realm. Could it be that the 3 great geniuses have made their move? It's very possible. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but no one went to watch. Because time was running out, they had to wait here. Otherwise, if they missed the time, they would be eliminated. That would not be worth the loss. So, although everyone was curious, no one went to watch. Not only that, more and more cultivators gathered in the remote Moon Mountain Range. There were even many battles. Among them, of course, those who were defeated wanted to snatch the jade pendants. After all, it was not considered a failure until the last moment. However, those who could collect the complete jade pendants were all experts, so those people were no match for them at all. However, at this moment, a figure appeared which attracted the attention of many people. That was because the other party was alone. However, the other party was not Ding Pong and the other two great geniuses, which made people pay attention. Chapter 1664. Everyone was extremely puzzled. Countless gazes were directed to the front, and the person who appeared was naturally Lin Xian. He had won the battle with Ding Pong. He had obtained a large number of supreme-grade, subdivine crystals. However, he didn't have time to cultivate and had to complete the first round first. Therefore, he came to the remote Moon Mountain Range. This kid should be that guy from the pill sect, right? I didn't expect him to be able to come here. Yeah, it's not easy for him to come here with his cultivation base. Humph, what's the use of coming here? He's alone and his cultivation base isn't high. I guess the jade, pendant on him, has long been gone. Do you think he's the Demon King? Someone raised his doubts. After all, the Demon King was also acting alone. What a joke! After everyone heard this, they shook their heads and snorted coldly. If he's the Demon King, I'll eat this mountain directly. They didn't believe it at all, because from the way the Demon King acted, his strength was at least at the level of the three great geniuses. The young man in front of them had a pitifully weak cultivation base. How could he be the Demon King? After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and didn't say anything, because he didn't intend to reveal his identity as the Demon King, because that would cause everyone to besiege him. And in the distance, seeing Lin Xian return safely, Chuyu also revealed a smile. Junior brother Lin. She waved happily to greet him. However, the two personal disciples beside Chuyu had unkind expressions on their faces. They even snorted coldly. This kid is really lucky to be able to come here alive. Humph. So what if he's here? Trash like him can't pass the first round at all. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. A disciple of the Lingshu sect shouted coldly. The others also sneered, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and suddenly a sharp sword light slashed out. In an instant, the arrogant disciple was sent flying. Boom! The disciple flew out and knocked over mountain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. A 2-star king sent a 4-star king flying with a raise of his hand? Was this a fucking dream? At this moment, everyone's expressions were incomparably interesting. On the other hand, the corners of Chu Yu's mouth rose slightly. She had witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Leaping ranks to battle and whatnot was no problem for Lin Xian at all. However, the two personal disciples beside Chu Yu had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had actually underestimated their opponent. However, soon after, they revealed disdainful smiles. So what if they could send 4-star King Tears flying? They weren't 4-star King Tears. They were 5-star King Tears. He even had an Earth Step artifact in his hands. It was definitely not something that the other party could contend against. Beside him, a huge boulder collapsed, forming a huge crater in the ground. The disciple who spoke arrogantly stood up shakily, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, sending him flying with a single move. However, his two companions roared, "Brat, you're courting death!" After shouting coldly, the two of them started working frantically. They were a team of 3, yet one of them had actually been sent flying by a 2-star King Tier. Moreover, it was in front of everyone. This made them lose face. Therefore, they had to kill this brat in front of them to prove their strength. Traceless palm. One of them waved both palms, one after another. Flickering palm shadows quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. It was like an abyss beast, incomparably terrifying. The other person pressed his palms together, and a hazy light bloomed from his body. Immediately, the ground cracked open. Countless rocks turned into 2 large hands, quickly grabbing at Lin Xian. In an instant, They wrapped around Lin Xian's legs. This was actually an earth element martial artist. The two people attacked very suddenly, so much so that when everyone exclaimed, that terrifying energy was still enveloping Lin Xian. "It's over, this brat is dead for sure." The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Two 4-star king tiers attacking. A 2-star king definitely could not block it. In the distance, the alchemy sect's Chao Yun and other personal disciples also sneered. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned, because several sharp sword lights surged out from Lin Xian's body, slashing forward. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the flickering palm shadows and the two giant stone hands were chopped into pieces. Not only that, the shocking sword lights turned into rainbows, instantly piercing towards the two people who attacked. Buzz! Buzz! The two sword lights turned into sharp swords, pressing against the two people's throats. With just a little bit of force, these two people would instantly lose their lives. What? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a method. As for the two people who attacked him, their faces were pale, and they were covered in cold sweat. They were pressed against the two sharp swords, and when they felt the terrifying killing intent, they almost knelt on the ground. "Stop! We were wrong. We apologize. We were wrong before. Yes, we shouldn't have attacked you. Please let us go." The two quickly begged for mercy, no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect things to change like this. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he withdrew the two sword lights. He did not intend to kill anyone. His previous attack was to intimidate the surrounding people. Now he had achieved his goal. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators all changed when they looked at Lin Xian. They became incomparably respectful. There was even a wisp of fear. Beside Chuyu, the personal disciple called Chao Yun had a cold gaze. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations, and this made him very unhappy, especially since he had been pursuing Chuyu recently, and Chuyu had a good relationship with Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian was only a 2-star king, so he did not take him seriously. But now the other party had displayed such powerful strength, which made him nervous. "Kid, why do you have such powerful strength? What relationship do you have with that demon king?" Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Indeed, thinking about it now, this youth was very suspicious. He was clearly only a 2-star king, but his battle strength was incomparably powerful. Could it be that he was really that mysterious demon king? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the personal disciple, Chao Yun, with a cold glint in his eyes. The other party had provoked him time and time again. It seemed that he could not be lenient anymore. However, at this moment, Chuyu quickly said, "Impossible! How could junior brother Lin be related to the demon king? That devil king is very arrogant. Furthermore, he used an extremely terrifying fist technique. But as far as I know, junior brother Lin is a swordsman. The cultivation techniques used by the two are completely different. Moreover, that demon king's strength is comparable to the 3 great prodigies." Chapter 1665. Hearing that, everyone was silent. Indeed, what Chuyu said was right. Although this young man in front of them could jump ranks to battle, shocking people. But no matter how they looked, he did not look like that mysterious demon king. Both sides were different regardless of whether it was cultivation method or strength. Perhaps this was just a slightly more powerful alchemy faction disciple. Everyone's eyes flickered. However, at this time, someone exclaimed, "Look, Ding Peng is here!" Ding Peng, one of the 3 great prodigies. He was even recognized as the leader of the 3 great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably powerful. He was also the person most likely to enter the Yaoguang Holy Land in this Holy Land selection competition. His arrival naturally attracted the attention of others. Even those personal disciples also became nervous. Lin Xian's eyes similarly flickered, looking back. The person who came from behind was indeed Ding Peng. At this moment, his external injuries were already healed, and he also changed into a brand new robe, but his face was somewhat pale. He rushed towards the remote Moon Mountain range like a bolt of lightning, ignoring everyone along the way. Boom! Soon he landed on an open space. However, Ding Peng's emotions were unstable. A cold light bloomed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "I'll get lost!" Finally, a surge of energy gushed out of his body, accompanied by a thunderous voice, sweeping in all directions. Everyone was shocked and all retreated. Even those personal disciples were not spared. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in their hearts. What was going on? They did not know why Ding Peng was angry at people, but now no one dared to step forward, all hiding far away. What a joke! The other party was the three great prodigies, and his strength was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing them. At this time, if targeted by the other party, it would definitely be incomparably miserable. What's wrong with this Ding Peng? Even Dan Feng and Xiao Qin, who were in the crowd, frowned. The two of their foresight was naturally not what others could compare to. They could feel that Ding Peng's aura was unstable. This was completely different from the other party's state before. That appearance was as if he had just experienced a great battle. What in the world happened? Dan Feng and Xiao Qin glanced at each other, both of their eyes carrying thick doubts. However, by the side, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps he was the only one present who knew what had happened. The reason why Ding Peng was so angry was, of course, because he was defeated at his hands. In the previous battle, he had won and Ding Peng had lost. Not only that, but Ding Peng had also suffered serious injuries. Most likely, the other party had paid a heavy price to recover more than half of his strength. Most importantly, he had snatched all of the substandard divine crystals and supreme quality substandard divine crystals. Right now, it was within his dragon sword domain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stopped paying attention. Instead, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged to silently refine the subdivine crystal he had obtained. The harvest this time was even greater. As one of the three great prodigies, not only was Ding Peng's strength formidable, he was even richer. The number of top-grade substandard god crystals in his hands far exceeded that of the other direct disciples. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to refine those supreme-grade, substandard divine crystals, and he would definitely be able to break through to the 3-star king realm. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not delay and silently cultivated. A day later, the remote Moon Mountain range was finally opened. Immediately, countless martial artists became excited, because this indicated that the first round of the sacred land selections was over. Lin Xian stood up as well. With a flash of his body, he flew forward. Among them, he felt a few unfriendly gazes. Among them, there were Purple Sun Sect and High Void Sect. There were also some from Alchemy Sect. Among them, the sharpest gaze belonged to Alchemy Sect's direct disciple, Chao Yin. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. If Chao Yin dared to attack him, he would not mind killing him. Not long after, Lin Xian entered the remote Moon Mountain range, handed over the complete jade pendant, and successfully passed the first round. Half a day later, the results were out. A total of 300 people had completed the test and passed the first round. Among them, all of the direct disciples had passed. As for the core disciples, more than half of them had been eliminated. This result could be said to be very cruel, because there were more than 300 disciples from the 3 sects who came to participate. Together, there were nearly 1,000 people. However, only about 300 people passed in the end. The success rate was only 1/3. Moreover, this was only the first round. The second and third rounds would be even crueler. This was the sacred land selections. Only by passing the real test could one enter the Yaoguang sacred land. Moreover, even if they passed the first round, their hearts were extremely heavy. This was because they knew that according to the previous rules, only 1 or 2 people would be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred land in the end. Therefore, they had to use all of their strength to fight, and even perform better than usual. After the first round ended, the second round did not start immediately. Instead, they were allowed to rest for 2 days to recover the strength they had used in the first round. Lin Xian was even happier about this rule. He was worried that he did not have time to refine the subgrade divine crystals in his hands. Now that he had 2 days, it should be enough. As expected, on the evening of the second day, Lin Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed and reached the 3-star king realm. His strength had also undergone an earth-shaking change. Now he could easily beat up a 5-star king. Even if he encountered a 6-star king, he could still put up a fight. This is great! Lin Xian was excited. I wonder if I will be able to contend with an almighty when I break through to the 4-star king realm. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. It was a quiet night. On the third day, the sun rose and everyone was excited again. This was because from today onwards, the second round of the assessment would begin. This time it was an arena elimination round. It tested the martial artist's endurance and physical strength. Of course, there was also a trace of luck. The location of the competition was a valley near the hidden moon forest. Those disciples who had successfully passed the first round all followed the elders of their respective sects to this valley. The person in charge of the second round was the red-robed, middle-aged man from before. In addition, there were some other martial artists who came from the Yaoguang sacred land. Their expressions were cold, and there was even a trace of arrogance in their eyes. This was because they were from the sacred land. Even if they did not have a high status in the Yaoguang sacred land and were most likely just servants. However, in front of the disciples of the 3 sects, they were still very cold and arrogant. In the valley, there were 3 huge array arenas that shone brightly, and a powerful defensive barrier flickered with radiance. These arrays came from the Yaoguang sacred land, and their power was unpredictable. Chapter 1666. Everyone would draw lots for the competition. However, the 3 prodigies were an exception. The 3 of them would not meet in the second round. Each of them would occupy an arena. Only the top 3 in each arena would be qualified to advance. In other words, only 9 out of the 300 would successfully enter the third round. This elimination rate was even more terrifying. Everyone took a deep breath, especially the personal disciples. Their eyes shone with a shocking light, because no matter what, they had to successfully break through, enter the third round, because the third round was very important. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, which were relatively closed off, the third round would be watched by the elders of the Radiance sacred land. As long as they performed outstandingly in the third round, even if they could not take first place, they might be chosen by the elders of the Radiance sacred land. Therefore, no matter what, they had to pass the second round and enter the third round. Lin Xian was not particularly excited about this, because even the strongest of the 3 prodigies, Ding Peng, had been defeated by him. Moreover, he was only a 2-star king at that time. Now that he had successfully broken through to 3-star king, he was even stronger than before. If he fought with Ding Peng now, he would probably be able to defeat him within 10 moves. However, he also had his own worries, and that was Dan Chenzi and the entire alchemy sect. Firstly, it was because of the blue wave pill. Secondly, Dan Chenzi had given them another type of pill before they set off. That pill had reversed the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body. This meant that there was something wrong with the pill. However, why would Dan Chenzi give that pill to all the core disciples? Moreover, it was during the sacred land selection. He must be up to something. Moreover, Lin Xian had a premonition. He felt that Dan Chenzi would definitely make a shocking move during the sacred land selection. Therefore, he had to be careful. Soon, the three arenas were divided. Ding Peng would be in the first arena. Xiao Cheng would be in the second arena. Dan Feng would be in the third arena. Lin Xian drew lots and was assigned to the third arena. The others also drew lots quickly and were evenly divided into the three categories. Among the personal disciples, Chao Yun and Sima Tong from the alchemy sect were also assigned to the third arena. Among them, Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. "Brat, it's best that I don't meet you in the arena, because if that's the case, you'll be dead." Hearing Chao Yun's threat, many martial artists near the stage trembled. There was no helping it. Chao Yunsheng was a personal disciple, and his strength belonged to the extremely terrifying category. Anyone who was targeted by him would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained expressionless. Even Ding Peng was no match for him now, let alone this Chao Yun in front of him. If he really met his opponent during the competition, he would just take care of him. Seeing that Lin Xian was expressionless and did not respond, not even showing a trace of fear, Chao Yun's face immediately darkened. The other party actually dared to ignore him, which made him very unhappy. "Good kid, go ahead and be arrogant. You'll suffer when the time comes." After saying that, Chao Yun snorted coldly and stood to one side. Their arena number 3 had a tense atmosphere. The other two arenas were practically the same, because this was no longer the first round. In the first round, the sect generally wouldn't make a move, but this second round was different. Everyone was an opponent. They had to bring out their best strength to compete for the top 3 of each arena. Among them, Chu Yu was assigned to arena number 1. Also in arena number 1 was Su Ziding, who was good at setting up traps. In arena number 2, the more conspicuous people were the Huanling siblings. There was also Hong Yu. Apart from them, there were other personal disciples. The scene was very lively for a moment. When everyone finished drawing lots and was assigned to the arena, the red-robed, middle-aged man from the wavering light, Holy Land, stood on the high platform and looked down. Then he said in a clear voice, "Now the competition began." Following the voice, the 3 judges appeared on the ring like phantoms. Their auras were very strong, reaching 6-star king realm. With such judges, 1 could prevent martial artists from cheating, and 2 could also prevent these sect disciples from being killed in the battle. After all, these disciples were all elite geniuses of the various sects to be able to reach this stage. It would be a pity to lose even one. As the 3 judges went on stage, the surrounding atmosphere also became tense. Everyone was extremely excited, wishing that they could immediately go on stage, use their ultimate techniques, and win the competition. However, in the next moment, they were all extremely shocked, because at this moment, the 3 people who went on stage were actually the 3 great prodigies. No one expected that the first round would actually be these 3 great prodigies. In arena number 1, Ding Peng was dressed in a green robe, and his entire person was incomparably fierce. Resplendent saber light surrounded his body, and his entire person was fierce and murderous. In arena number 2, there was a handsome young man in white. His expression was carefree, and his temperament was outstanding, like a banished immortal. In arena number 3, there was Dan Feng. She was a beautiful woman wearing a 5-colored robe, and her every move carried a noble aura. Around her, there were countless flames surrounding her, as if she was the Queen of Flames. The 3 people's auras were powerful, as deep as the sea, and they were above everyone else. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if 3 ancient mountains were pressing down on them. The other 3 disciples who went on stage shook their heads and sighed. The 3 of them were just ordinary core disciples, and they did not expect that the first round would actually be against the 3 great prodigies. However, they were not cowards. Even if the other party was a prodigy, the 3 of them still had to fight. Humph! In arena number 1, Ding Peng snorted coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly became fierce, as if he was a god of death. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Ding Peng to emit such a terrifying aura. Even the referee started to frown. Only Lin Xian knew that Ding Peng was extremely depressed in his heart, and if he did not find someone to vent it on, he would probably suffer internal injuries. Ding Peng's eyes were sharp, and he did not pull out his saber. He raised his fingers and waved quickly. Suddenly, a shocking and resplendent saber light quickly appeared. It was like a purple lightning slashing down from the sky. That cold sharpness made everyone's hearts tremble. At this moment, the entire valley was illuminated by this saber light. As for his opponent, a disciple whose strength had reached the level of a 5-star king, he roared furiously. He used his king's domain to form many defenses. He even took out an ancient shield and blocked in front of him, facing Ding Peng's casual attack. This 5-star king used his full strength. However, he still could not block it. The purple saber light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through his opponent's king's domain. Chapter 16, 67. Poo work. That 5-star king rolled down the arena, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes full of horror. But fortunately, although Ding Peng went berserk, he did not deal a killing blow. That disciple was also only injured, and his life was not in danger. Seeing this scene, the disciples in the entire arena number 1 all sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, Ding Peng had a sense of propriety and did not go completely crazy. Otherwise, their arena number 1 disciples would probably suffer a calamity. But even so, everyone's scalp still went numb, their hearts filled with horror. It wasn't just arena number 1. Arena number 2 and arena number 3 also ended their matches almost instantaneously. The 3 great prodigies' strength far surpassed everyone. Among them, arena number 2, the disciple did not catch sight of Xiao Cheng's figure at all and was sent flying with a kick. On the 3rd arena, the disciple who was fighting against Dan Feng was even more terrified, because in an instant he was surrounded by countless blazing flames. Those flames were very terrifying, as if they could refine his king domain at any time. The means displayed by the 3 great prodigies shocked everyone beyond belief. In fact, a feeling of being unable to resist even arose in their hearts. However, among these people, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had long surpassed the 3 great prodigies. It was just that no one knew. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, among these 3 great prodigies, Ding Peng's strength was the strongest. Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng's strength were on par. Of course, this was merely judging from that attack, just now. As for whether Xiao Cheng and Dan Feng still had any trump cards, Lin Xian did not know. However, even if the other party had trump cards, Lin Xian did not care at all either. His current strength was already equivalent to a 6-star king, far surpassing these people. After the 3 great prodigies made their moves, the 3 arenas carried out normal matches. One could not say that every match was extremely exciting, but every match was extremely intense. In these battles, every martial artist unleashed their full strength, fighting desperately. Before long, it was Lin Xian's turn to go on stage. His opponent was a youth with bronze-colored muscles. That majestic body was filled with explosive power. Not only that, but this young man also had a head of short brown hair, making him look extremely beautiful. When the brown-haired youth stepped onto the stage, it immediately caused a wave of exclamations. Even the Red Phoenix was looking at him with rapt attention. It was obvious that this young man was not simple. Otherwise, the crowd would not have such an expression. Below the stage, a cold smile appeared on Qiao Yun's face. Looks like there is no need for me to make a move. This brat is dead for sure. Yeah, I didn't expect him to meet a direct disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School. I have to say, this kid's luck is really not that good. That's right. That Lu Yuan's strength is formidable and terrifying. I'm afraid that anyone who fought with him would be seriously injured. This kid's fate will definitely not be good. Voices were heard one after another. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Chu Yu, who was on the first stage, started to frown. She did not expect that Lin Xian would encounter such a troublesome opponent in his first match. The disciples of the Z-Sun house, on the other hand, began to cheer. Everyone had relaxed expressions on their faces. Fuck! Such a weak aura. Didn't expect that senior apprentice brother Lu's first opponent would actually be so weak. Senior apprentice brother Lu's luck is really good. Presumably, he'll definitely be able to charge into the top 3 this time. You guys guess how many moves senior apprentice brother Lu can take to win? Rubbish, of course it's 1 move. The other party was seriously too weak, unable to withstand 1 move at all. These people were very rampant, completely not placing Lin Xian in their sights. The others also shook their heads and sighed. The alchemy sect's disciples, apart from Chao Yun and the rest also had ugly expressions. Damn brat, to actually lose face for our alchemy sect. Yeah, this kid is so weak. How did he reach the second round? Really strange. On the stage, Lu Yuan also had a relaxed look. A disdainful smile even hung at the corners of his mouth. Looks like my luck is really good, running into such a weakling in the first match. Kid, are you going to scram down obediently, or do you want me to throw you down with 1 punch? Lu Yuan looked down at Lin Xian, his nerves very arrogant. But Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The other party was just a personal disciple. He did not take him seriously yet. However, the other party's attitude made him very displeased. Hence, he snorted coldly and said, "So much crap!" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, then revealed cold laughter. This kid is really an idiot, to actually dare infuriate Lu Yuan? Looks like he's really dead for sure this time. With Lu Yuan's strength, I'm afraid that this kid will have to be bedridden for more than half a year. A hint of a cold smile also surfaced on Chao Yun's face. Really an idiot! On the stage, when Lu Yuan heard Lin Xian's voice, his face immediately turned gloomy too. Kid, you're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Saying so, he gave a cold snort, light radiating from his entire body. Taking a step out, he then rumbled a punch out. Immediately, a brown fist appeared in the air, slamming forward viciously. That fist was incomparably resplendent, illuminating a corner of the sky. As a core disciple of the Purple Sun sect, this Lu Yuan's cultivation even reached 5-star king. Attacking at this moment, it was incomparably terrifying. The entire void was trembling. What a terrifying fist. Looks like Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, that kid is dead for sure. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. In fact, even the eyes of the referee on the 3rd stage flickered, ready to save at any time. Do you really think you're so great just because you're a personal disciple? Lin Xian sneered. His expression was calm, and he was not afraid at all. Then his palm was like a sword quickly swinging out. Immediately, a green sword light flew out from his fingertip, directly shattering the void, and charged forward. There was a loud boom. The brown fist opposite him was actually slashed open by a sword. What? It was slashed open? That's impossible. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck as if they had seen a ghost. Such a terrifying fist was actually slashed open by a sword? How did he do it? Even the referee was extremely surprised. Originally, he wanted to save and prevent anyone from dying. But now, it seemed that he did not need to do anything. Damn it, that's impossible. The one who was the most surprised was Lu Yuan. He was very confident in his punch, and he thought that it would definitely be able to severely injure his opponent. Not to mention the kid opposite him. There were probably not many people of the same level who could block it. However, his fist was actually slashed open by his opponent's sword. He could not believe it. Lin Xian sneered. Are you surprised? I can only say that you're short-sighted. If you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Chapter 1668. He did not use the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, because once he used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, others would know that he was the Demon King. At this time, he did not want to cause trouble for himself. Moreover, even without the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, Lin Xian's combat strength was still not reduced. The ultimate technique in his hands was very terrifying. However, hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yuan was abnormally angry. He was despised, actually despised by a 3-star king? This made him unable to accept it. Therefore, he roared angrily and quickly attacked again. Thunderclap, divine kick. Lu Yuan rose into the air and kept waving his legs, forming a purple lightning. In an instant, the lightning and the sky intertwined, forming a huge lightning beast. It was earth-shattering as it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Thunderclap, divine kick. This is Lu Yuan's ultimate technique. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It's over. It seems that Lu Yuan is really angry. Hee, this time that kid is definitely dead. A group of people discussed. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your attack is only SOO. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? If that's the case, then you're really pitifully weak. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his arm again. Suddenly, a resplendent sword light flew out quickly. This time, the sword light was even more dazzling and sharper. Like a peerless divine sword, it slashed down in the air. Boom! The huge sword chi slashed down, and the resplendent sword light enveloped the entire arena. In the next moment, a violent collision sound was heard. It was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The lightning bolts that filled the sky, as well as the countless horrifying leg shadows, were quickly torn apart by the sword chi. There was nothing that could stop the sword. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his ultimate technique to be broken by the other party in an instant. This was unbelievable. However, the sword chi that was rapidly descending from the sky made his hair stand on end. Now he finally knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. I was too careless, too careless. Lu Yuan roared madly. He still had his king's domain that he hadn't used yet. However, the sword chi was simply too fast. There was no time for him to think. He could only condense a simple armor in front of him to defend himself. Boom! However, he could not block this sword light at all. Another earth-shattering blast rang out, and Lu Yuan was sent flying while coughing up blood. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body that had almost split him in half. Silence, absolute silence. The entire number 3 arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. It was as if they were dreaming. That was Lu Yuan. He was a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect and had reached the level of a 5-star king. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by a single sword strike even after he had used an ultimate technique. This was too shocking. Senior Brother Lu, the faces of the Purple Sun sect disciples changed drastically as they quickly ran over. As for the others, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although he was a 3-star king, his battle prowess was no weaker than a direct disciple's. It seemed that this was definitely a powerful opponent. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Chow Yun's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. This result was completely different from what he had expected. In his expectations, the winner of this match should be Lu Yuan. As for Lin Xian, he would be severely injured by a single punch, and his cultivation might even be crippled. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Not only that, he had obtained victory with ease. This made him go crazy. There was even a trace of fear. His opponent's strength was actually equivalent to a direct disciple's. This was probably not good news. No, impossible. He can't be so strong. Lu Yuan must have been careless. Yes, it must be so. Chao Yun kept comforting himself. Damn brat, so what if you win this time? Don't meet me, or I'll personally finish you off. He gritted his teeth and swore that if he met Lin Xian, he would use his full strength to finish him off. In the arena, the referee was also very surprised. He took a deep look at Lin Xian and then announced that Lin Xian had won. This result not only stunned the third arena. Even the martial artists in the second and first arenas were moved and looked over at them. Great, I knew you would definitely win. In the first arena, Chu Yu was very happy. This brat is so strong. The other direct disciples were also nervous. However, there were also people who sneered disdainfully. After all, although Lu Yuan was a direct disciple, his ranking was relatively low. Among the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect, he was ranked 9th. Therefore, the direct disciples who were ranked at the top did not take it to heart. Next, the competition continued. In the first arena, Chu Yu went up. She wore a light purple long dress and had a beautiful face like a fairy. Her opponent was a young man in yellow. Although his appearance was ordinary, the aura on his body was abnormally strong. Very clearly, this person was the same as Chu Yu, also a direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect. The moment the yellow-clothed youth went up, he said with a smile, I didn't expect that it's actually the famous Fairy Chu Yu of the 3 sections. However, Fairy Chu Yu's alchemy skills are impressive, but your combat strength is probably a little lacking. Cut the crap. Whether I'm lacking or not, we'll know after we fight. Chu Yu gave a delicate cry. Immediately, purple flames appeared around her and rapidly revolved around her. What? This flame is an innate spirit fire. Seeing this purple flame, everyone cried out in surprise. Even the expression of the yellow-robed youth opposite her became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Chu Yu actually had such a terrifying flame in her hands. With this innate spirit fire, Chu Yu's combat strength increased by several levels. Therefore, in just 10 moves, the yellow-clothed youth was defeated. Another dark horse. Everyone's hearts were solemn, especially those direct disciples. Each and every one of them was like facing a great enemy. Previously, there was Lin Xian who displayed a powerful sword Dao aura. Now, there was another Chu Yu who actually grasped a terrifying flame like the innate spirit fire. It could be said that this second round was really shocking. Would there be any more dark horses surging out next? The competition progressed quickly. Soon, it was Chao Yun's turn in the third arena. Chao Yun was a young man with a hooked nose and a cold expression. He wore a cloud brocade robe. His entire body emitted a cold and sharp aura. His opponent was from the High Void sect. He was not a direct disciple, but his strength was not weak either, reaching the level of a 5-star king. Chao Yun snorted coldly. With a flip of his palm, he took out a golden cauldron. The golden cauldron emitted a resplendent light. Chapter 1669. The golden cauldron emitted a dazzling light. It was accompanied by streaks of golden flames that were extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the entire void began to tremble rapidly. Boom! With a wave of his sleeve, golden flames flew out of the cauldron and quickly intertwined in the air. They formed a large golden hand that grabbed forward. The flaming hand covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely fierce and emitted a terrifying aura. On the opposite side, the 5-star king from the Lingxiu sect moved and used the Lingxiu divine steps. For a moment, countless figures appeared in the arena. These were the afterimages, left behind because they were too fast. However, it was useless. The golden flaming hand covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space. As the palms slammed down, the terrifying flames surged, and directly sent the 5-star king flying from the void. Puff! That person's face was pale as he flew out of the arena. Whoosh! The crowd exclaimed again. They did not expect Chao Yun's strength to be so terrifying. He defeated his opponent in one move. Humph! Chao Yun put away the golden cauldron and raised his chin arrogantly. He glanced coldly at Lin Xian, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his sleeve and walked out of the arena. The competition continued. Next, Lin Xian went on the arena a few more times and easily defeated his opponents. For a moment, he became famous and more people paid attention to him. However, at this moment, a burst of exclamations came from the second arena. A pro-disciple of the alchemy sect was kicked out of the arena. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. What? In one move, the pro-disciple of the alchemy sect was defeated in just one move. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This sensation was comparable to the battle where Lin Xian sent Lu Yuan flying with one sword. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then he was extremely surprised, because he was very familiar with the youth who attacked. It was Hong Yu, whom he had investigated before. Hong Yu was also there. He was shocked. Previously, he was puzzled as to why the sect would investigate such a youth. Later, in the ancient city of Hanyang, he found that Hong Yu was an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. His Paravite techniques were even more unfathomable. However, he did not expect that Hong Yu would appear in the Holy Land tryouts. But why did the sect want to investigate this young man? Lin Xian was extremely confused. Could it be that Dan Chenzi was plotting something against this young man? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only secretly observe the other party. Soon, Lin Xian went on stage again. This time, the cultivator in arena number 3 also cried out in surprise, because they knew that this battle would be extremely exciting. That was because Lin Xian's opponent this time was none other than Chao Yun, who had been releasing killing intent the entire time. Unexpectedly, the two of them finally met in the arena. Instantly, all sorts of discussions broke out. This is going to be interesting. One of them is a dark horse that has just appeared, while the other is a powerful veteran direct disciple. I wonder who will win this battle. That goes without saying. It's definitely Chao Yun. The strength he displayed now was no weaker than the top 5 existences. Furthermore, that golden flame should also be a type of innate spirit fire. It was absolutely terrifying. That's right. No matter how strong that kid called Lin Xian is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to contend against him. And from the looks of it, the two of them seem to have some conflict. I think that Chao Yun definitely won't go easy on him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Even the cultivators in the first and second arenas who were not competing for the time being were gathering here. Even Dan Phone was paying attention with rapt attention. That was because the ones taking action this time were all disciples of the alchemy faction. However, subconsciously, she still felt that the possibility of Chao Yun winning this battle was higher. In the arena, Chao Yun had a cold smile on his face. "Kid, I finally met you. This is the time of your death." However, Lin Xian said nonchalantly, "I don't know why you're hostile to me, but you actually dared to have designs on me. You'll have to pay the price. Pay the price. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that you can be arrogant after defeating that Lu Yuan? Let me tell you, that Lu Yuan is only a direct disciple ranked lower. He's no match for me at all. My strength is definitely not something you can imagine. So, you just wait for death obediently. Done talking nonsense, make your move then." Lin Xian shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. He indeed did not care about the other party. That was not a deliberate disdain, but a disdain in terms of strength. But this kind of demeanor landing in Chao Yuan's eyes made him fly into a great rage. "Kid, you die for me." With a furious roar, he displayed a golden cauldron and smacked it forcefully. Immediately, golden flames that filled the sky gushed out rapidly, forming a large golden flame net. It enveloped downward. That large flame net flickered with golden light, the heat billowing to the sky. Following that, the entire void started trembling violently, unable to withstand this energy at all. So strong. Looking at the attack, probably not many people in the same rank could receive it, right? This Chao Yun's innate spirit fire was really terrifying. It's over, that kid is dead for sure. But Lin Xian had a calm expression. He still had his hands behind his back, looking at the large golden flame net that was rapidly descending from the sky. Following that, he gave a soft cry, and a black light immediately gushed out of his body. The moment those black lights appeared, they immediately formed countless black flames, burning fiercely in the air. The black flames were incomparably pitch black, emitting terrifying energy. The moment they appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly. What a terrifying flame! What kind of flame is this? It actually makes my hair stand on end. Sure enough, he also has flames. It was just that they did not expect the other party's flames to be so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked and discussed animatedly. However, no one knew what the black flames were. At this moment, even Dan Feng also frowned at this moment. To be honest, she also did not recognize what kind of flame the black flames were. However, that terrifying energy caused her expression to become extremely grave. This black flame was naturally Lin Xian's 9 underworld devil flames. The moment it appeared, it turned into a long black flame sword under Lin Xian's control and quickly slashed upward. The sword light was monstrous, and the sea of fire was like a wave. When the sword slashed out, the entire void trembled rapidly, as if it would be torn apart at any time. Boom! The black flame demonic sword directly slashed on the large golden net. Immediately, sparks splattered everywhere, and the void trembled. That incomparably terrifying golden flame that condensed into a large golden net was actually cut apart at this moment. What? It was cut apart. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. Even Chao Yun's pupils constricted abruptly, looking like he had seen a ghost. His golden flame was incomparably terrifying. Very few people could contend with it. However, the other party's flame was actually stronger than his, breaking through his attack in an instant. Damn it, how is this possible? What the hell is that black flame? Chapter 1670. Damn it, how is this possible? What exactly is that black flame? Chao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. In the next moment, he controlled the golden cauldron in his hand and attacked again. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire golden cauldron quickly enlarged and shook nonstop. A bright light shot into the sky. It was an earth-rank treasure. At this moment, Chao Yun was using it with terrifying power. Golden light bloomed all over its body. Together with the golden flame, it quickly emitted a terrifying energy. Then, a golden light blade quickly surged out and slashed forward. The void was torn apart in an instant. The golden light blade was like a golden divine blade that fell from the sky. It was unstoppable. Die brat! Countless golden blades of light shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and suddenly, countless black flames condensed. Then, a black lion flew out from his fingertips. It instantly grew bigger with the wind, like a black, flaming mountain that appeared in the air and quickly pounced forward. Roar! The flaming lion roared angrily, shaking heaven and earth. It shook the surrounding warriors so much that their blood surged, and they could not stand steadily. In the next moment, that huge body collided with the golden light blades that filled the sky, and a thunderous sound was heard. However, when the two collided, Lin Xian's skill was still a level higher. The black lion smashed all the golden light with a slap. Then it quickly charged toward Chao Yun. Damn it, this is impossible. Chow Yun's expression changed drastically. The other party had broken his attack again. This was unbelievable. Moreover, looking at the other party's calm appearance, it seemed that the other party had not used his full strength. This made it even more unbearable for him. However, he did not have time to care about this now. That was because the black flaming lion had already pounced toward him. The incomparably terrifying black flame directly sealed off all his escape routes. He could not dodge it all and could only take it head-on. With a roar, Chow Yun slapped out 18 times in a row, all of which hit the golden cauldron in front of him. Suddenly, the golden cauldron quickly grew bigger and emitted a bright light. It was like a golden wall standing in front of him. This golden cauldron was indeed extraordinary. As an earth-rank treasure, it was releasing a terrifying power at this moment. It was like the sun, illuminating the front. Clang! In the next moment, the black flaming lion collided with the golden pill cauldron, causing a shocking tremor. That voice shocked everyone, causing them to continuously retreat. Countless black cracks appeared in the surrounding void due to this sound. The golden pill cauldron was an earth-step treasure. It was impossible for it to break. However, under this astonishing power, he was still rapidly retreating. Behind pill cauldron, Chow Yun was even worse off. He was knocked back several steps and vomited blood. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Valiant, too valiant. No one expected that Chow Yun would be injured in just a few moves. Who is that kid? Why is it so terrifying? That's Lin Xian, right? He actually surpassed Chow Yun. With this strength, he can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Maybe he can be ranked in the top 3. Dark horse. This is definitely a big dark horse. At this moment, everyone was talking about it. Even the martial artists in the first and second arenas in the distance were paying close attention. Among them, Hong Yu's eyes flickered as he stared at the battle. The Huan Ling siblings raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a trace of a sneer. In fact, even Xiao Cheng and Ding Peng glanced toward them. In the arena, Chow Yun's face was pale, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Impossible. Damn it, how could I be injured? He was incomparably crazy. Kid, you dare to hurt me? I want you to die. With a roar, he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, his body shone with light. A golden flame domain instantly enveloped the entire arena. At this point, Chow Yun couldn't help but be shocked. He had to use his last resort. As soon as the golden flame domain came out, it immediately carried monstrous energy. At this moment, the entire arena space was completely filled with a sea of fire. Even the black lion was hit countless times, and even its light became incomparably dim. It seems that this Chow Yun is going all out. Yeah, even the king domain is displayed. It's definitely going to be an all-out attack. I wonder what Lin Xian's king domain is like. Everyone was paying close attention. In the arena, Chow Yun displayed the king domain and regained his confidence. He was like the king of heaven and earth. Haha, kid. In my king domain, I am the ruler. This time, let's see what you have to contend with me. He roared and clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the king domain trembled, and 2 golden flame hands surged out and slammed down on the black lion. It was immediately extinguished. Ha ha ha! Let's see how you fight. After extinguishing the black flame lion, Chow Yun sneered. Then he controlled the 2 golden flaming hands and slammed them forward. In an instant, they were above Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to play with you, but since you want to end it early, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, a green light appeared behind him. Then, the dragon sword domain was quickly displayed. Buzz! As soon as the dragon's sword domain appeared, tens of thousands of sword rays rushed into the sky. It was as if they were going to tear the space apart. That terrifying sword chi was incomparably sharp, and it suppressed the surrounding golden flames, causing them to dim significantly. It was not the flame domain, but the sword domain. Is this guy a swordsman? The surrounding disciples cried out in surprise again, because the black flames that Lin Xian displayed before were very terrifying. They thought that Lin Xian's king domain should also be a kind of flame domain. However, to everyone's surprise, what Lin Xian unleashed was actually a sword domain. Moreover, judging from the sharp aura, it was definitely something that only a swordsman could possess. Damn, no wonder this guy's combat strength is so strong. He's actually a swordsman. Everyone was shocked, because even if a swordsman reached the king realm, his combat strength was still very strong among the same level. Seeing that his golden flame domain had dimmed a lot, Chao Yun gritted his teeth. Then he snorted coldly, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly focused on the domain. Humph. So what if you have a sword principle domain? In front of my innate spirit fire, everything will turn to ashes. Chao Yun waved his hand, and suddenly the entire golden flame domain trembled rapidly. Then they quickly surrounded the golden alchemy cauldron, forming a golden flame mountain that pressed down. This was the king domain, and the attack that was displayed together with the earth-grade treasure was extremely terrifying. It's over. Chapter 1671. One was a red figure, and the other was an orange figure. This was the six-god sword technique, and Lin Xian had already practiced it to the second level. He could summon 2 sword god phantoms to attack. As soon as the 2 sword god phantoms appeared, the dragon's sword domain also instantly rolled. Half of it formed red sword chi, and the other half formed orange sword chi. Then, accompanied by the 2 sword god phantoms, they quickly formed 2 huge sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz! 2 huge sword chis formed in the shape of a cross and quickly slashed forward, colliding with the golden flaming mountain above. Clang! A violent vibration sounded. In the next moment, the 2 sword god phantoms bloomed with light, and the sword chi in their hands was even more powerful and sharp. The flame mountain was directly cut open. The golden pill cauldron was blasted out, and the entire flame domain was cut open with 2 terrifying cracks. Puff! Chao Yun instantly flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. The flame domain was broken, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. What? The domain was broken? How is this possible? Around him, the others were also shocked, their scalps tingling in disbelief. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, and they also knew that the other party might win. But they did not expect that the other party was actually strong to such an extent, directly opening the golden flame domain. This kind of method was probably too terrifying. Is this the power of a swordsman? It's too terrifying. No, ordinary swordsmen don't have this kind of power at all. This kid's combat strength is too strong. His king domain is very strange. That sharp aura makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Exclamations sounded one after another, and Chao Yu fell outside the ring and directly fainted. At this moment, even Dan Feng could not remain calm. She stood up with a bang, her beautiful eyes like lightning, staring closely at Lin Xian. Unexpected, it was really too unexpected, because previously she judged that Chao Yun would win this match, but she did not expect the result to be the opposite. Who exactly is this kid? How can he have such powerful combat strength? Dan Feng's eyes flickered, looking at Lin Xian, frowning. This was the first time she paid attention to the other party. Not only her, even Chu Yu was extremely shocked. Although she was familiar with Lin Xian, she didn't know that Lin Xian actually possessed such terrifying combat strength. Therefore, at this moment, her little mouth was slightly agape with a shocked expression. Not only Chu Yu, but Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. To be honest, he thought that he was the biggest dark horse this time. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's strength would also exceed his expectations. Therefore, at this moment, he was paying extra attention. As if sensing Hong Yu's gaze, Lin Xian also turned to look back. In the next moment, their gazes collided in the air, emitting a resounding sound and sparks flying everywhere. In fact, even the entire void was rippling. So strong! Everyone was shocked. They should be the two biggest dark horses in the second stage, right? I wonder who would be stronger if the two of them met. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss spiritedly. Indeed, apart from Lin Xian, Hong Yu was also a dark horse. Many personal disciples had already been defeated by him. Hong Yu specializes in eye techniques and soul attacks, while Lin Xian's combat strength is incomparably strong. The two of them specialize in different areas, and each has its own merits. Therefore, it's still impossible to determine who's stronger right now. Perhaps only when the two of them enter the top 3 and enter the third stage will the victor be decided. A personal disciple said in a deep voice. It was obvious that both Lin Xian and Hong Yu brought great pressure to them. On the other side, Hong Yu felt Lin Xian's gaze and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. What a powerful sword intent! Hong Yu exclaimed in his heart. Ordinary kings or even personal disciples would be shaken by his gaze. However, this time his eye technique seemed to have failed. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and sharp, and he didn't move at all. He's indeed a difficult opponent. Hong Yu was shocked and listed Lin Xian as one of the strongest opponents. His goal was also to enter the wavering light, sacred land, so he had to get first place. Previously, he thought that his greatest enemy was the 3 prodigies. He didn't expect another Lin Xian to appear. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. One had to know that he had the dragon sword soul in his body, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. Ordinary kings couldn't withstand the sharp aura in his gaze. However, Hong Yu was fine. It was indeed shocking. Hong Yu's eye technique is very strange, and his soul power must be very strong. I just don't know what level his strength has reached. Lin Xian thought. He found that he had found an interesting opponent this time. Based on his estimation, the strongest ones here were the 3 heavens favorites. However, Hong Yu seemed to be stronger than the 3 prodigies. Interesting. I wonder if I'll be able to spar with him. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The competition continued, and the atmosphere became intense again. Next, Dan Feng made her move. She didn't move at all. She just waved her finger, and flames that filled the sky immediately surrounded the opponent. Under that kind of flame, the person fighting did not dare to resist at all and could only admit defeat obediently. Not long after, an ice-cold saber light lit up on the first arena again. It was like a 1,000-year-old cold pool, cold to the bone. This was Ding Peng's move, and he finished off his opponent with 1 saber. The next battle, Hong Yu against Mu Feng. As soon as this voice came out, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people gathered toward the second arena. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked there. The next moment, he showed a trace of surprise. He knew Hong Yu, but he had never heard of that Mu Feng. He originally thought that Mu Feng was just an ordinary core disciple, and everyone was watching the battle because of Hong Yu. But soon, Lin Xian discovered that his idea was wrong, because the one on the stage was a black-robed man. He was very familiar with this black-robed man and had even fought with him before. It was the black-robed youth of the Phantom Siblings. So this youth is called Mu Feng. Lin Xian muttered, his eyes flickering. That's right, this Mu Feng was the black-robed youth of the Phantom Siblings, and the woman in white was called by Ling. The names of these 2 people could be said to be very resounding in the 3 major sections. Apart from Ding Peng and the other 2 prodigies, few were their match, because these 2 people's divine abilities were seriously too strange. Illusory and corporeal, they could turn any one of them into an illusory physique, ignoring attacks. This gave people a headache. Chapter 1672. But I didn't expect Mu Feng to actually appear too. That Hong Yu is probably going to lose. No one can break Mu Feng's divine ability. Yeah, I originally thought that this dark horse could win all the way. Now it seems that it's really hanging. I'm afraid that apart from Ding Peng and the other two prodigies, no one can beat this phantom siblings. No, there's also that mysterious demon king. Someone added. Hearing this, on the stage, Mu Feng's face turned black. This matter had indeed driven them crazy for a long time. The other party was really too powerful. However, that kind of person was incomparably terrifying and could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, the other party should not come to participate in this second round's battle. Therefore, they still had a great advantage among the personal disciples. Until now, they had not lost. Hee, kid, your good luck ends here. Mu Feng looked at Hong Yu in front and said in a cold voice, It's your good luck that's over. Hong Yu snorted coldly. Previously, you could win all the time because you didn't meet me. Now, you'll definitely lose this match. Hearing this, the crowd also burst into an uproar. They did not know where Hong Yu's confidence came from. Mu Feng also sneered, Kid, you're too confident. You can't hurt me at all. However, you actually dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. I have no choice but to teach you a good lesson. Cut the crap, come here and die. Hong Yu snorted coldly. Although he was only 14 or 15 years old, the aura that he displayed at this moment was abnormally powerful. It made people forget his age. With a cold shout, Hong Yu's eyes bloomed with light, forming a faint golden light. Not only that, there were also mysterious Tao patterns emerging. Ocular technique? Humph, it's useless against me. Mu Feng had long begun to pay attention to Hong Yu, this dark horse. Therefore, he was not surprised that the other party used the ocular technique. With a cold snort, his entire person turned into a gust of wind and quickly charged forward. Purple sun, splitting sky. Mu Feng formed a seal with both hands. In the palm of his hand, a purple sun quickly emerged, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! With a slap, the purple sun was like a huge mountain, pressing down ruthlessly. The entire void was crushed in an instant, and the purple aura completely enveloped Hong Yu. And Hong Yu raised his head, his eyes shining. Soon he discovered a flaw in the attack. Therefore, his body swayed and moved to the left. When he was 3 meters away, he threw a punch. Through his ocular technique, he knew that this was the weakest point of the attack. This was indeed the case. After shattering the purple light with a punch, Hong Yu instantly left the danger zone. What? He dodged it, everyone exclaimed. This Hong Yu is indeed formidable. He can contend against Mu Feng. Looks like this will be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Not necessarily. Hong Yu's eye technique is impressive, but Mu Feng's illusory transformation is even more terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break it. Sure enough, Hong Yu struck out a series of flickering palm shadows, attacking forward. In the end, Mu Feng didn't dodge at all. His body turned illusory as he passed through all the attacks and attacked again. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Mu Feng's mastery of switching between reality and illusion was incomparably skilled. Therefore, after dodging those attacks, he instantly appeared beside Hong Yu. His body solidified once again, and the purple sun in his hand rapidly smashed down. Boom! Hong Yu snorted coldly and waved his fists. Immediately, golden lightning surged out and collided with the purple sun. A shocking explosion sounded. Mu Feng's body turned illusory again, and he didn't receive any damage. On the other hand, Hong Yu kept retreating. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. As expected, Mu Feng's illusory transformation is too strange. Even a dark horse like Hong Yu can't break it. Yeah, looks like Mu Feng will definitely win this battle. Not necessarily. Hong Yu specializes in soul attacks and is incomparably strange. Maybe he can turn the tables. In the arena, Mu Feng sneered. Kid, You'll definitely lose in front of me. Also, don't count on your soul attack, because it's useless against me." With that, he waved his hand, and a palm-sized copper lamp floated in the air. The copper lamp was very ancient and had mysterious patterns on it. At the mouth of the lamp, there was a ball of orange flame that burned slowly. It emitted a strange power. The misty light enveloped Mu Feng's entire body. "With this copper lamp, I won't have to fear your soul attack." Seeing the copper lamp, the crowd exclaimed, "What treasure is that?" Could it be that it's a treasure that specializes in defending against soul attacks? It must be so. Looking at Mu Feng's confident expression, it should be so. Damn, this treasure is even more precious than an Earth-rank treasure. This Mu Feng actually has it. How shocking! Indeed, normally, soul attacks were strange and difficult to defend against. But Mu Feng actually had a treasure that could defend against soul attacks. It was indeed enviable. Below the arena, the white-clothed woman, Bai Ling, also had a smug smile on her face. "Humph! If you want to beat my brother, you'll have to cultivate for a few more years." Not only Bai Ling, but at this moment, everyone thought that Hong Yu would definitely lose, because his soul attack was countered. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. A soul defensive treasure? In the arena, Hong Yu narrowed his eyes and a faint golden light surrounded him. He smiled coldly as well. "Do you really think you can defend yourself against my eye technique with a mere copper lamp? You're too naive." "Next," he said, "I'll let you know what a true eye technique attack is." In the next moment, the golden light in Hong Yu's eyes shone even brighter, and it kept spinning like a golden tadpole. Buzz! Hong Yu raised his head and looked forward. Opposite him, Mu Feng had a look of disdain and was not afraid at all. Because he had the copper lamp, he was not afraid of any soul attacks. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because when he saw Hong Yu's golden eyes, he was completely stunned. In the next moment, his body trembled, and his soul power seemed to be absorbed. The scene around him also changed in an instant. It was no longer an arena, and there were no surrounding martial artists. Instead, it was a dark secret room. "Oh no, I've been hit." As a personal disciple, Mu Feng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw this scene, he naturally knew that he had been hit by his opponent's eye technique. But how was this possible? He clearly had the copper lamp's protection, so how could he still be hit? He could not understand. However, in the next moment, the dark secret room suddenly had 4 golden bolts of lightning surge out, turning into golden chains that bound his limbs. Then he hung in the air, and Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. Chapter 1673. Hong Yu's figure also appeared in front of him. "I told you, your copper lamp can't defend against my eye technique." "Impossible. I spent a lot of money to buy that copper lamp. I've used it many times, and it's effective every time. Why can't it defend against your eye technique?" Mu Feng was hanging in the air, roaring crazily. "That's because my eye technique isn't something that ordinary soul attacks can compare to," Hong Yu said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a golden sword appeared. "This is the soul space I created. It's different from outside. Even if a day passes here, it's only a second outside. So enjoy the torture." With that, Hong Yu stabbed the golden sword into Mu Feng's body. In the arena, Hong Yu raised his head and glanced at his opponent indifferently. In the next moment, Mu Feng's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He suddenly half knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Mu Feng to suddenly be injured. What's going on? Could it be that Hong Yu made a move? But I didn't find anything at all. Everyone was shocked. However, there were also experts who were tense. "No, it's an eye technique. Mu Feng was hit by an eye technique." "What? An eye technique?" Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Doesn't Mu Feng have the copper lamp to protect him? Even Bai Ling was in a state of panic. Impossible, that copper lamp is incomparably mysterious. It can definitely defend against soul attacks. How did my brother get injured? She naturally knew the mystery of the copper lamp, but now it seemed that her brother had indeed been hit by a soul attack. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the situation in front of them. However, if this was true, then it was too inconceivable. Was the other party's technique already so powerful? At this moment, not to mention the ordinary core disciples, even the personal disciples turned pale with fright. Even Ding Peng and Dan Feng's expressions were grave. To be honest, they did not expect the battle situation to change like this, because, previously, they were very optimistic about Mu Feng. What a strange technique! Ding Peng's eyes narrowed as he exuded a piercingly cold saber intent. How did he do it? The Red Phoenix's face was also ice cold. Flames surrounded her. This matter was too strange. If she encountered it, would she be able to resolve it? She didn't know, so she stared straight ahead. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He was aware of Mu Feng's strength. In other words, he was the strongest after the three heavens' favorites. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. This caused Lin Xian to be extremely shocked. Therefore, he looked at Hong Yu, his expression flickering. What kind of technique was this? Golden eyes? He had some understanding of techniques. That was because he had learned some simple techniques before. Furthermore, Zhao Shui's serene sky eyes was also an extremely powerful technique. However, he had never seen golden eyes like Hong Yu's before. Even he was extremely shocked by its might. In the arena, Hong Yu said indifferently, "I've already said that you're not my match. You can't defend against my technique at all." On the opposite side, Mu Feng's body was trembling nonstop. He seemed to be in a trance. Obviously, his soul force had suffered heavy damage. "Damn it, who are you? What's this move called?" Mu Feng gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such a powerful technique. "My name is Hong Yu. One day, my name will resound throughout the eastern wilderness. And the previous move is called 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Mu Feng gritted his teeth and whispered, as if he was recalling these words. Then he said in a deep voice, "You're very powerful. I've lost this battle." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe it. The phantom siblings Mu Feng, who was known as the favorite, had actually lost. At this moment, everyone looked at Hong Yu with incomparable horror, because they did not know what had happened just now. But without exception, it was an extremely terrifying technique. Probably no one could defend against it. At this moment, even Ding Peng and the Red Phoenix could not remain calm. They quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiao Cheng. "What kind of technique is that? It's actually so terrifying." Xiao Cheng also smiled bitterly and quickly responded, "To be honest, I don't know either. My junior brother Hong, you came to the sect a year ago. Not long after, he was conferred as a personal disciple. His technique was very mysterious. He was even highly regarded by the sect master. I don't know the details, but I think that move should be an illusion." Illusion? Hearing that, Ding Peng and the Red Phoenix's expressions changed, falling into deep thought. They thought wrong. Originally, they thought that Hong Yu's technique should belong to an extremely powerful attack type. Did not expect that it was actually an illusion. Techniques were also divided into two types. One was an illusion type, the other was a physical type that leaned toward attacking. These two types each had their own merits. The physical type attack was powerful, even more terrifying than ordinary attacks, while the illusion type was incomparably strange and impossible to guard against. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall for it. Did not expect that Hong Yu's technique was actually an illusion type attack. Ding Peng and the Red Phoenix duo did not ask anymore, but fell into deep thought. As the eldest personal disciples, they had many skills, some of which were secret skills that could resist illusion attacks. However, they did not know if it would work in front of Hong Yu's golden eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian also guessed that Hong Yu had used an illusion-type attack. Then he thought to himself, I have the great dragon sword soul, which is invincible and can destroy everything. I think it should be able to deal with any illusion. Thinking of that, his eyes lit up. He was really looking forward to fighting with Hong Yu. To be honest, it was the first time Lin Xian looked forward to fighting with someone. Moreover, it was the first time he had seen a real genius. Hong Yu was only 15 or 16 years old, younger than him, but his strength was not inferior to his. Such a person was the top genius in the Eastern Wilderness. Thinking about it, even the people from the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds were not as good as Hong Yu. In fact, not only the participating disciples, but even the elders of the 3 major sects were also shocked. To be honest, the strange eye technique made their hair stand on end. Even though they were all elders and had a wealth of experience, when faced with such a strange eye technique, they were afraid that they would not be able to do anything. When did the Spirit Void sect find such a powerful disciple? For a moment, the elders of the Elixir sect and the Purple Sun sect asked one after another. On the high platform, the red-robed middle-aged man was also shocked. His eyes were like lightning as he stared intently below. Chapter 1674. As a martial artist of the Alcade Holy Land, he was experienced and knowledgeable. But he did not recognize those golden eyes either. What in the world were they? Was it some kind of powerful cultivation method? Or bloodline power? He did not know, but he already decided to report to the sect. Such a genius, coupled with such an ocular art, there was a very high chance of entering the Alcade Holy Land. I didn't expect that quite a few dark horses actually appeared in the selection competition this time. The red-robed man looked at Hong Yu, then looked at Lin Xian. One had powerful ocular art, the other's combat power was super strong. Such people are all peerless geniuses and should enter my Alcade Holy Land. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and Hong Yu as if discovering 2 pieces of precious jade. Following that, the competition continued. During this process, there were a few people who displayed great strength and successfully counterattacked, defeating the veteran disciples. It made the entire valley abnormally lively. However, compared to the shock, it was far less than Hong Yu and Mu Feng's battle. Although that battle was short, the commotion it caused had not dissipated until now. Gradually, most people already exchanged blows with each other. Of course, there were wins and losses among them, but there were not many who maintained a complete victory all the time. Among them, one of the 3 great geniuses maintained a complete victory. And apart from this, only the 3rd ring's Lin Xian and the 2nd ring's Hong Yu could maintain a complete victory. Even the 1st ring's Chu Yu, although possessing an innate spirit fire, was still defeated at Ding Peng's hands. Hence, for a moment, Lin Xian and Hong Yu received even more attention. But at this time, on the 3rd ring, the referee's voice sounded out. Next battle, Lin Xian versus Dan Feng. Lin Xian versus Dan Feng. This news was like a bomb, blowing everyone up. After a brief silence, everyone erupted with torrent-like exclamations. They finally met. The 2 of them finally met. Both people were in the 3rd ring, and both had eye-catching performances. Hence, the 2 people would meet sooner or later. Everyone was extremely excited. One was a newly risen dark horse, unparalleled combat power, and had not been defeated until now. The other was the alchemy sect's personal eldest disciple, one of the 3 great geniuses. One could say that he was one of the top 3 people. Similarly, he had not had any defeats. Now, the 2 of them had finally met. Not only was this an exciting battle, but it was also a battle between old and new geniuses. Would the dark horse win, or would the veteran genius win? Everyone was looking forward to it. However, to be honest, even though Lin Xian's performance was outstanding, he was still a distance away from the top 3 geniuses. Therefore, everyone was only looking forward to the exciting battle. but no one thought that Lin Xian would win. Take a guess. How many moves do you think Dan Feng will win this battle? My guess is 100 moves. Isn't 100 moves too little? Lin Xian's battle prowess is so strong. Why would he need more than 200 moves? What a joke! The Red Phoenix is one of the 3 great prodigies. Other than Xiao Cheng and Ding Peng who can contend against her, who else can be her match? 100 moves is already quite a lot. Indeed, but I feel that it will take around 150 moves for Lin Xian to be defeated. Everyone was discussing animatedly and the atmosphere was very lively. In the crowd, Chao Yun's expression was ferocious. He had once lost to Lin Xian, so he naturally didn't want his opponent to be in the limelight again. Therefore, he snorted coldly and said, "What 100 moves? 200 moves? What kind of figure is First Senior's sister Dan Feng? How can she possibly be compared to that brat? Just watch. Within 50 moves, that brat surnamed Lin will definitely be defeated." Not only was the discussion in the 3rd ring intense, at this moment, even the martial artists in the 1st and 2nd rings all looked over. This battle could be said to be highly anticipated by everyone. Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng were also paying close attention. In the crowd, Chu Yu clenched her small hands nervously. "Lin Xian, you have to hold on a little longer." On the other side, Hong Yu's eyes also flickered. "I didn't expect that among the newcomers this time, there's still a dark horse who can be equally famous as me. It's just that I don't know how far you can go. Make sure not to disappoint me." Lin Xian's battle prowess similarly shocked Hong Yu. Therefore, he also very much wanted to fight with the other party. In the 3rd ring, the Red Phoenix wore a 5-colored pale robe, her entire person exuding a noble temperament. She came to the ring like a queen. Lin Xian's expression was calm, his face incomparably calm. His figure swayed and similarly went up the ring. "Senior apprentice, Sister Red Phoenix." Lin Xian cupped his hands slightly. After all, the other party was the alchemy sect's eldest senior apprentice sister, while he was just a core disciple. Therefore, this greeting etiquette still had to be present. "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, don't stand on ceremony." The Red Phoenix nodded slightly. "Honestly speaking, Junior apprentice Brother Lin's strength and current results have indeed shocked me immensely. I didn't expect that such a genius actually appeared in my alchemy sect again. However, I won't go easy on you in this battle. You have to bring out your full strength to fight. Let me see just what level your true strength has reached." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Following that, his gaze focused, and the aura on his body suddenly became sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was slowly being unsheathed. Buzz! The void also trembled as if it was condensed. The surrounding disciples, watching, tensed up. A hint of sword light lit up in their hearts. What a terrifying sword doubt aura! Everyone was shocked. Just a glance from the other party made them tremble incomparably. What a sharp aura! On the opposite side, Dan Feng also nodded slightly. Following that, she let out a delicate shout, and 5-colored flames quickly appeared around her. They surrounded her. In the next moment, a flaming palm surged out and quickly slapped forward. Terrifying heat waves surrounded the entire void, and white smoke appeared in the air. It was as if this palm was going to turn into ashes. How terrifying! This palm was too terrifying. Probably no 5-star king could withstand it. The surrounding people's scalps went numb, and they quickly retreated. Although the arena was protected by the array formation, the overflowing aura still shocked them greatly. "Come on." Lin Xian also nodded slightly. Following that, he used his fingers like a sword and quickly slashed out. The sword chi was like a dragon, roaring out. It connected together and charged forward rapidly. In the next moment, the two collided and an extremely dazzling light burst out. The terrifying energy directly exploded the void. In an instant, the entire arena shook violently as if it couldn't withstand the force. "Oh no!" The arena is going to be destroyed. Run. The surrounding people turned pale and retreated once again. At this moment, 4 black-robed men appeared out of thin air around the third arena. They were wearing black armor and looked extremely cold. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they quickly formed seals and shot out mysterious runes, which sank into the array formation below. Suddenly, the array formation shone brightly, and the third arena became extremely sturdy again. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying! A casual attack from the 2 of them actually caused such a terrifying impact. The entire arena almost exploded. Yeah, nothing like this has ever happened before. This array formation came from the Yaoguang sacred ground, and it actually couldn't withstand the power of the 2 of them. This is unbelievable. Chapter 16, 75. Everyone was shocked. From this point alone, it could be seen how terrifying Lin Xian and Dan Feng's strength were. Dan Feng frowned slightly when she saw the arena shaking. However, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the entire array was strengthened again. Junior brother Lin, you have to be careful from now on. I won't show you any mercy. As she spoke, the light on her body surged. In an instant, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from Dan Feng's body. It was as if an ancient fire god had descended to the mortal world. If it was before, Lin Xian would probably have to go all out to deal with such a situation. However, he had already broken through and reached the level of a 3-star king. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Therefore, it was easy for him to deal with it now. Feeling the explosive power of his opponent, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Countless sword qi rushed out quickly, and his aura also rose abruptly. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead. With a wave of his arm, a sharp sword light slashed forward like lightning. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. On the opposite side, Dan Feng's pupils shrank. She did not expect her opponent's swordsmanship to be so sharp. Therefore, she tapped her foot, and her figure flashed out instantly like a fiery shadow. At the same time, she formed a seal with her palms and quickly performed a unique skill. A fire qilin roared out. Its body was like a small mountain, and the scales on it were shining. The flames flickered as if it was a real divine beast. As soon as the fire qilin appeared, the entire void collapsed instantly, and a powerful aura swept out in all directions. This is the fire qilin mark. I didn't expect Dan Feng to perform a unique skill right away. It seems like she won't give Lin Xian a chance at all. There's no choice. This is the Holy Land selections. No matter how good their relationship is, I'm afraid she won't go easy on him now. Moreover, the 2 of them don't have much interaction at all. Everyone exclaimed. Without a doubt, the fire qilin mark was a very terrifying, unique skill. Sure enough, the fire qilin roared in all directions, and with the 5-colored flame, it directly blew away all the sword qi in front of it. What a strong flame aura. It seems that she also has a unique flame. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he was not too worried, because he had only used 30% of his strength in that strike. He did not wish to reveal all of his strength. Thus, he had concealed his strength. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then stretched out his palm. Suddenly, boundless black flames condensed and formed a huge dragon claw that grabbed forward. What followed was an earth-shattering dragon roar. Boom! The 2 collided, causing a huge explosion. The 2 flames clashed in the air, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the defensive array formation had been strengthened a lot. Otherwise, the attack would have definitely shattered the entire array formation like the previous one. Lin Xian's dragon claw was incomparably terrifying, and the 9 underworld devil flame was also extremely powerful. Therefore, under this claw, the fire qilin was directly smashed into pieces. Immediately, the 5-colored flames scattered and drifted in all directions. What The fire Qilin was smashed to pieces. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's methods to be so powerful. Lin Xian's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, to be able to break Dan Feng's unique skill, it's indeed shocking. However, someone snorted. What do you know? This is just the beginning. Dan Feng probably did not use his full strength at all. Just wait and see. This kid is definitely going to lose. Sounds of discussion could be heard. In the arena, Dan Feng frowned slightly. She did not expect the opponent's dragon claw to be so powerful that it could smash her fire Qilin. However, although she was frowning, she did not care much. The reason for that was because it was as the crowd had said. She had not used her full strength earlier and had only used 50% of her strength. Thinking about it, to be able to smash her attack with the black dragon claw, he must have used his full strength, at least more than 90%. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was ready to go all out and not give the opponent a chance. Junior brother Lin, I have to say that you are indeed surprising. But next, you won't have any chance. This battle can end now. As Dan Feng's voice was heard, the surrounding flames suddenly surged. Then they quickly intertwined in the air, forming a flame picture scroll. This flame picture scroll kept rolling, trembling in the air, and finally enveloped the entire arena. It's out! It's Dan Feng's king domain! Everyone exclaimed. Indeed, the space formed by that picture scroll was Dan Feng's king domain. Fire beacon map of mountains and rivers. This was an extremely terrifying domain. Ordinary 5-star kings could not withstand a single move from fire beacon map of mountains and rivers at all. And Dan Feng merged into the picture scroll. Her entire person was like a flame fairy. That fire beacon map of mountains and rivers covered heaven and earth as if it was going to refine the entire space. Dan Feng stood in the void and waved her hand. Immediately, the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers spun rapidly, forming a huge sucking power that enveloped Lin Xian, as if to devour him. Buzz! In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into a sea of fire. 5-colored light shone, and all kinds of strange flames rushed towards him quickly. The raging flames could burn everything in the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Clenching his fist, countless flames formed a black long sword and then swept out. The pitch-black sword light swept across heaven and earth, carrying a sharp aura as it charged towards the surrounding sea of fire. At this moment, Lin Xian also increased his combat strength, reaching about 50% of his strength. The sword Qi was extremely terrifying, directly tearing apart the sea of fire, forming cracks. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly retreated from these cracks. Senior sister is indeed amazing. The king domain formed by this fire beacon map of mountains and rivers is indeed terrifying. Lin Xian said indifferently. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. At this moment, even Ding Peng and Xiaoqing frowned. Dan Feng was even more shocked. She did not expect that the other party would come out so easily. It was really beyond her expectations. Looks like I've underestimated you. Dan Feng's face was as cold as ice. Up until now, the other party had given her too many surprises, causing her to be a little out of control. Therefore, she could not let the other party continue to be arrogant. In the next moment, she waved her hand. Immediately, the 5-colored flames that filled the sky quickly surged, forming many fire phoenixes in the air and descended. Each of them was like a real monster, incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian also attacked fiercely. He held the black flame long sword in his hand and quickly slashed forward. The sword Qi was like a black fire dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail, instantly causing the entire void to completely collapse. The black dragon and the fire phoenix fought, and terrifying energy erupted. Chapter 16. 76. On the other side, the Red Phoenix's expression was solemn, waving her jade-like hands nonstop. Lin Xian's attack power was seriously too terrifying. The dragon-beating sword soul was incomparably powerful, far exceeding the Red Phoenix's expectations. So very soon, that black dragon directly charged to Red Phoenix's side. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, the black flames all over its body trembled, just like a real demonic beast, full of a terrifying aura. Roar! With a dragon roar, the black dragon claw quickly grabbed towards the Red Phoenix. Humph! The Red Phoenix's body retreated, completely merging into the fire beacon river and mountain painting. Following that, the 5-colored flames around her fluttered rapidly, forming a 5-colored flame battle armor in front of her. Not just that, a 5-colored long whip even appeared in her hand, completely condensed by flames. A whip lashed out, the terrifying power tore the sky apart. Bang! 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 The long whip similarly turned into a flood dragon, and the black dragon battled together. Lin Xian and the Red Phoenix attacked nonstop, each attack incomparably terrifying, but the surrounding people were crying out in surprise. They did not expect that this battle would actually be so exciting, far exceeding their expectations. Heaven, this Lin Xian is too powerful, fighting until now without any signs of defeat. More than that, why do I feel that the two people are evenly matched? Yeah. Could it be that the Red Phoenix still held back strength and did not go all out? One discussion after another sounded out. Everyone's voices were full of shock. In the second arena, Hong Yu's gaze flickered, staring fixedly at this battle. In his eyes, golden light bloomed, incomparably mysterious. By the side, Huan Ling's siblings also had solemn expressions. Very clearly, regardless of whether it was the Red Phoenix or Lin Xian's combat power, it made them feel thick pressure. While Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng's expressions were even more solemn. Others might not be able to tell, but the two of them knew. Most likely, the Red Phoenix already went all out, but she still could not do anything to the other party. This seriously surprised them too much. Who is this kid to actually have such combat power, fighting on par with Red Phoenix? Xiao Cheng was extremely shocked, but Ding Peng's expression was gloomy. No idea why, when he looked at this battle, he suddenly thought of that mysterious Demon King. As the Purple Sun sect's eldest personal disciple, he had never been defeated before. But not long ago, Immortal was defeated at the hands of a mysterious Demon King. Until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. Moreover, after that battle, the other party seemed to have disappeared into thin air and never appeared again. Ding Peng even suspected that the mysterious Demon King wasn't a disciple of the 3 sections. Perhaps some mysterious expert had sneaked in. But now, seeing Dan Feng and Lin Xian's match, he was extremely shocked in his heart, because he felt that the young man called Lin Xian was too suspicious. Back then, in the first stage, the other party was acting alone. At that time, he didn't care. He thought that the other party's cultivation was low. It was impossible for him to possess that kind of combat strength. But now it seemed. The other party's battle prowess was indeed heaven-defying. In fact, he could even be on par with them. This made him even more suspicious. He was alone, and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he was the mysterious Demon King. However, he wasn't very sure. That was because the Demon King from that day did not use sword techniques. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of the sword Dao. Instead, he displayed an extremely violent and destructive fist technique. However, although this Lin Xian in front of him was powerful, he did not have that kind of destructive aura. Instead, he had an extremely sharp sword Dao aura. It was very obvious that these were 2 completely different cultivation methods. It was very hard for him to imagine that a martial artist could cultivate both the sword Dao and the fist technique to such a terrifying realm at the same time. Therefore, he was still only suspicious and could not be sure. However, His gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade. He was waiting as long as Lin Xian displayed any signs of the destructive fist technique. He would be able to confirm whether the other party was the mysterious Demon King or not. In the arena, Dan Feng's expression was also solemn. Up until now, she was more and more shocked in her heart. The other party's strength was like a bottomless pit. There was no limit to it at all. She did not even know how much the other party's true combat strength was. She even suspected that the other party had not even used his full strength. If it was before, she would definitely think that this idea was laughable. But now, after fighting with Lin Xian, she realized that this young man in front of her was absolutely terrifying. However, as one of the 3 great prodigies, she would not easily admit defeat. Therefore, she waved her jade-like hand again. Immediately, the flame whip in her hand turned from a fire dragon into a 5-colored divine bird. Divine light bloomed, and its cry shook heaven and earth. Like a 5-colored peacock, divine light flickered as it swooped down. But Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved the black, long sword in his hand. The sword light gently slid. Countless sword energy gushed out, as if streaks of black underworld rivers were crisscrossing in front. That 5-colored peacock could not get close at all. But above, Dan Feng cried out delicately. The aura on her body suddenly bloomed, as if a 5-colored sun, illuminating all directions. At this moment, Dan Feng was powerful to the extreme. The surrounding fire beacon river and mountain painting was even more incomparably terrifying. From the endless volcanoes, a majestic figure walked out, standing indomitable, surrounded by firelight, as if a fire god had descended. That figure was like a flame giant, walking forward as if crossing through time and space, making people find it hard to believe. With each step he took, the sky trembled a fraction. With each step he took, the flame aura on his body rose by a large margin. When he arrived in front of Lin Xian, the entire void completely collapsed. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. This flame giant was like a true god, surrounded by firelight all over, terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian even felt a trace of danger. He did not expect that this fire beacon river and mountain painting was actually so mysterious, to be able to summon such a terrifying giant. However, he was not afraid of the other party. Waving the black longsword in his hand, Lin Xian launched an intense battle with that flame giant. The arena shook, heaven and earth rumbled. If not for the Holy Land Array formation, the entire valley would have been sunk in an instant. However, even with that being the case, the frightening energy still caused the entire mountain range to tremble nonstop. Everyone held their breaths, watching with rapt attention. Such a battle was rarely seen normally. Lin Xian waved his long sword. Each sword energy was like 1,000 feet long dragon, quickly surging out and roaring in front. Terrifying sword light rushed into the clouds. As for Dan Feng, she was controlling the flame giant, sweeping in all directions. This kind of attack was very berserk, with a feeling of destroying heaven and earth. It was completely different from Dan Feng's identity as a woman. But at this moment, when it was executed, no one felt that it was abrupt. The intense collision was like the sound of thunder. Each strike made the void distort, and even countless cracks appeared. In this energy storm, even if a 5-star king entered, his body and soul would also be destroyed. Chapter 16, 77. Firstly, he did not want to expose his full strength in front of everyone. Secondly, he still had to be wary of Dan Qinzi and Alchemy Sect. He always felt that something terrifying would happen in the Holy Land selection competition. Therefore, it was better for him to hide his strength. Moreover, Lin Xian discovered that he used half of his strength, which was enough to end this battle. Of course, everyone did not know this at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian unleashed his full strength, even exceeding his usual performance, to be able to contend with Dan Feng. No one knew what kind of expression they would have when they knew the truth. Bang! The sword chi was like a rainbow, emitting a terrifying killing intent. It directly penetrated the sea of fire that filled the sky and charged toward the flame giant. Even that swift and fierce sword light left countless sword scars on the flame giant's body. Although Dan Feng was not swept by the sword chi, that overflowing sword Dao aura also made her feel pain all over. If this kind of power slashed on her body, she probably could not withstand it at all. Fire God Fist! Dan Feng cried out delicately, throwing out an incomparably terrifying fist in coordination with the flame giant. Fiery light surged to the sky, turning heaven and earth upside down. This fist was like a red volcano, directly descending from the sky, suppressing ruthlessly. Bang! That fist passed through countless sword chi and arrived in front of Lin Xian, about to land. But Lin Xian's expression was calm, still fearless. He waved his palm. Countless streaks of sword chi gushed out, like seawater, incomparably soft, forming a scissor-light screen. Clear, mirror, still water. This fist seemed to have landed in the sea. The terrifying power was instantly dissolved by the soft sword chi. What an exquisite defense! The surrounding people were shocked, especially Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, and the rest, who exclaimed repeatedly, combining hardness and softness, this kid's sword art has reached an unbelievable level. Even the elders of the 3 major sects around were also extremely shocked. Too much hardness made it easy to break. Too much softness made it appear that the attack power was insufficient. Only combining hardness and softness was the best state. However, very few people could reach this state. Even they, the elders, might not be able to reach it. However, a young man in his 20s actually reached this realm. One had to admit that it was really too shocking. The two people's great battle, the momentum astonishing. Lin Xian was like an incomparably sharp sword, full of vigor and vigor. Every ray of sword chi was incomparably valiant, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. As for Dan Feng, he was like a god of fire, becoming one with the fire beacon river and mountain painting, becoming a sea of fire, incomparably terrifying. As the two of them exchanged blows, each of their attacks tore through the sky. Finally, the Red Phoenix could not hold back anymore. She looked extremely anxious. She didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. Therefore, she shouted and waved her hand. Immediately, a red mountain appeared in the fire beacon diagram. Light flashed and flames overflowed, pressing down on Lin Xian. Before the red volcano even arrived, the entire void had already collapsed. The terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept out with his sword. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword chi shot forward like a cold moonlight. As the two collided, the sword chi and the sea of fire surged, and the terrifying black hole flickered in the sky. However, at that moment, the Red Phoenix unleashed all of her power and prepared to end the battle. The fire beacon diagram trembled rapidly, as if it was a world of fire, incomparably terrifying. That scene was as if the Red Phoenix was holding a real world in her hand and smashing it toward Lin Xian ruthlessly. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily. A ray of sword light was swung out. It was incomparably simple and filled with a sharp aura. It wasn't big, only a few meters, but it contained supreme, killing intent like a heavenly blade, extremely terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, this sword light slashed on the sea of fire ruthlessly and even tore the sea of fire apart, arriving at the fire beacon diagram. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi was like a dragon, directly slashing those volcanoes in the fire beacon diagram. Damn it! Dan Feng's expression changed. She didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy her fire beacon diagram. This was her king domain. The destruction of those volcanoes also caused her to suffer a certain degree of injury. Descent of the fire god! At the critical moment, the Red Phoenix, used her ultimate skill. Instantly, a huge fist descended from the sky in the fire beacon diagram. It was as if it had crossed through time and space. This punch was earth-shattering. Waves of fire surged into the sky as if the real fire god was reborn. The surrounding people exclaimed. As expected of one of the three great prodigies, such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was calm without any fear. He also quickly waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed out. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire valley. At the same time, he finally used the dragon sword domain. The green dragon sword domain rapidly enlarged. Inside, sword chi was rampant. The power of 10,000 swords. 10,000 rays of sword chi quickly condensed, forming a huge light sword that slashed upward ruthlessly. Soon, it collided with the flaming fist. An earth-shattering collision sounded. Not only that, the boundless sea of fire seemed to be burning everything. On the other hand, the power of 10,000 swords was extremely terrifying. The sharp sword light could cut through those flames. The confrontation between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, two figures appeared in Lin Xian's dragon sword domain again. One was a red sword god shadow, and the other was an orange sword god shadow. When the two of them appeared, they flew forward with terrifying killing intent. Light surrounded their bodies as if they were real sword gods, but they were formed by pure sword chi. Not good. Seeing the two light figures flying over, Dan Feng's expression changed drastically. She snorted coldly. The long whip in her hand was like a dragon as it danced quickly, forming a series of fierce attacks in front of her. With a wave of her palm, a sea of fire surrounded the surroundings. No one below the 6-star king level dared to pass the terrifying temperature. However, the two sword god shadows were condensed by Lin Xian's cultivation technique. They contained the aura of the great dragon sword soul and were extremely fierce. In an instant, the sea of fire was cut into two vacuum zones. Buzz! Two light swords appeared in their hands as they quickly charged toward Dan Feng. In an instant, they arrived near Dan Feng. Get lost! Dan Feng shouted, and the aura on her body suddenly skyrocketed. Like two large flaming hands, she slapped toward the two. The two large flaming hands were extremely red, and there were mysterious Tao patterns on them. They were like two red mountains crashing forward. Puff! Puff! However, these two sword lights were too sharp. Nothing could block them. The two large palms were cut open in an instant. In the next moment, Dan Feng was enveloped by the two sharp sword lights. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this to be the result. At this moment, even Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, Hongyu, and those sect elders all looked at the sky. There, two figures held light swords, pressing against Dan Feng's heart and throat. However, they didn't stab down. Dan Feng didn't resist anymore because the two sharp auras reminded her that as long as she moved slightly, the two long swords would pierce her body without hesitation. Chapter 1678. However, she did not dare to accept this result at all. As one of the three great prodigies, she was incomparably powerful. Originally, according to her expectations, her enemies this time were only Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng. Other than that, no one else was her match. But she did not expect that she would actually lose to a newcomer now. This made her feel like she was dreaming. Dan Feng actually lost. Everyone looked towards the sky, unable to believe it. Especially the alchemy sect disciples, their scalps went numb. Because all along, Dan Feng was a godlike existence in their hearts, an invincible existence. But now, the faith in their hearts actually lost, and it was to a newcomer disciple. Even Ding Peng and Xiao Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Qing was extremely shocked. Dan Feng's strength was almost the same as his, but she actually lost to a newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. Therefore, he sized up Lin Xian properly, because this would be his strongest opponent in the third round. As for Ding Peng, his face became even gloomier. The other party's strength once again exceeded his expectations. To be able to defeat Dan Feng meant that his strength was powerful. The other party was very likely that mysterious Demon King. Humph, kid. You better not let me know that you know how to use destructive fist techniques, or else it will be your death date. Ding Peng looked at Lin Xian with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In the first arena, Chu Yu's cherry mouth opened wide, completely stunned. Is this still the Lin Xian I know? She was extremely shocked. Hong Yu's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, very strong indeed. Qualified to be my opponent. Apart from that, the elders of the sects were also shocked. Among them, the elders of Purple Sun Sect and Spirit Void Sect asked one after another, puzzled, when did such a powerful youth appear in the Alchemy Sect? As for the elders of the Alchemy Sect, they exchanged glances, a thick sense of worry appearing in their eyes. Where did this kid come from? His combat strength is so strong. I wonder if it will affect our plan? No. This matter must be reported to the clan. There must not be any accidents. Don't worry, that kid is a core disciple. He has already eaten the blue wave pill and that purple pill. He definitely won't be able to escape from our palms. The elders of the pill faction quickly conversed and their eyes flashed. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have caused a great sensation. At this moment, nobody dared to underestimate him anymore. Instead, he was now listed as the fourth heaven's favorite. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. This result was within his expectations. Furthermore, he had only used half of his strength in this battle. He wondered what kind of expression these people would have if they knew the truth. Next, the competition continued. Although it was intense, it was not as exciting as the battle between Dan Feng and Lin Xian. In the end, the top 3 of each arena were decided. In the third arena, the first place was naturally Lin Xian. He had not lost a single battle since the beginning. The second place was Dan Feng. The third was a disciple of the Purple Sun Sect named Gaowen. As for the second arena, the first was Xiao Cheng and the second was Hong Yu. It wasn't that Hong Yu was defeated, but that the two of them didn't have a chance to fight. The third was Bai Ling, one of the Phantom siblings. In arena number 1, the first place was still Ding Peng. The second was a disciple of the Spirit Void Sect, Zhao Kong. The third place was Chu Yu. These 9 people would successfully advance to the third round of the competition. In other words, the person who could enter the Yaoguang sacred ground in the end would be one of these 9 people. The surrounding disciples looked at the 9 people with envy in their eyes. Soon, the man in the red robe announced the third round. The third round would be held in 3 days at a nearby city. At that time, not only would the sect leaders and elders of the 3 major sects come, but the elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground would also come to watch the battle. It could be said that it was an unprecedented grand occasion. The elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Hearing this, not only were the surrounding disciples excited, but even the disciple who had won the qualification on the arena was also excited. The Yaoguang sacred ground was one of the top forces in the eastern wilderness. The elders in the sect definitely had a frightening status. If they were chosen by such a person, they would definitely be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. They might even be accepted as a disciple. After everything was announced, the crowd left to rest and prepare for the third round in 3 days. However, the 3 major sects did not hesitate. They immediately summoned their spirit boats and flew the disciples to the nearby city. Great Martial City and nearby city. The city was huge and had a place specially for the competition. It was suitable for people below the almighty level to fight. After a day, the 3 major sects arrived at Martial City. Then they all went to rest. On the second day, there was nothing to do. Lin Xian also cultivated silently in his room. However, on the third day, there was a change. Lin Xian received a notice from the sect. It was a jade slip that was sent to him by someone. However, when he used his soul power to sense the situation inside, his expression changed drastically. This was because the information recorded in the book was simply too shocking. He could not believe it. The alchemy sect was going to make a move in the third round. He had long felt that Dan Chenzi and the alchemy sect were very strange and that something big might happen. However, he did not expect them to be so bold as to make a move in the third round. The target of the attack also shocked Lin Xian. It was actually the youth called Hongyu. According to the information in the jade slip, Dan Chenzi would order these people to attack Hongyu in the third round and directly take him away. This shocked Lin Xian and puzzled him. Was Dan Chenzi crazy? He was mobilizing the entire alchemy sect for a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Was he not afraid of his sect being destroyed? Because this was too strange. After all, if Dan Chenzi really wanted Hongyu, he could have done it before the sacred land selection or during the first round. That way, he could have taken him away without anyone knowing. But why did he choose the third round? After all, the sect masters and elders of the three major sects would all come for the third round. Not only that, but the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land would also be there. They would definitely be almighties. Making a move in front of so many people was an act of suicide. Therefore, Lin Xian could not understand at all. Moreover, the jade slip also said that if these core disciples dared to resist, they would meet a miserable end. First of all, the sect would stop giving out blue wave pills. Secondly, the purple medicinal pill they had taken when they left the sect was also a highly toxic medicinal pill. However, the poison was hidden in their bodies and had not yet acted up. Without the sect's antidote, none of these core disciples would survive 5 days later. Chapter 16, 79. The poison was hidden in their bodies and hadn't acted up yet. Without the antidote from the sect, none of these core disciples would be able to survive after 5 days. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Presumably, all the core disciples had been threatened. They would probably follow Dan Chenzi's orders tomorrow. However, despite all of Dan Chenzi's calculations, he had overlooked one thing. Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not take the blue wave pill at all, nor did he take the purple pill. He wouldn't be threatened in any way. However, Lin Xian put the jade slip away and sighed. He finally knew why King Pillfeather had fallen. He must have discovered Dan Chenzi's secret. Zero, what do you need me to do? Lin Xian took out the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and asked in a low voice, "Destroy Dan Chenzi's plan. Dan Chenzi is the sect master and has reached the level of an almighty. If he wants you to assassinate him, you won't be able to succeed. So, all you need to do is to ruin his plan. That way, I'll become your weapon." All right. Lin Xian nodded. The 1,000 Beast Cauldron was a mid-grade, Earth-tier treasure. It was extremely powerful. It was even more effective when used to refine pills. Therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't give up on such a treasure. Moreover, after careful consideration, he realized that this was probably the only path that would work. Other than that, he could escape or secretly inform the Wavering Light sacred land. If he were to escape now, he would probably attract the endless pursuit of the pill sect. Dan Chenzi might even kill him himself. He couldn't fight an almighty with his current strength. Therefore, running away was no different from courting death. Informing the Wavering Light sacred land now was even more out of the question. Although the pill sect and Dan Chenzi had planned a rebellion, it hadn't happened yet. He was just a small core disciple, and his words carried little weight. If he said such words, no one would believe him. Moreover, the other disciples of the pill sect were threatened by the blue and purple pills. No one would speak up for him. When the time came, Dan Chenzi and the pill sect's disciples might bite him back. As for him, it was very likely that he would be slapped to death by the Wavering Light Holy Land. Therefore, this path would not work either. In that case, there was only one option left, which was to ruin Dan Qinzi's plan. If Dan Qinzi wanted to capture Hongyu, then all he had to do was help Hongyu escape. After thinking this through, Lin Xian took a deep breath and felt a heavy pressure. He did not expect that he would be swept into such a whirlpool after coming to the eastern wilderness for only a year. Moreover, he believed that this incident would definitely shake the entire eastern wilderness. After summoning the dark red dragon, Lin Xian told it about these matters and had it quickly set up some formations to defend against the enemy. He, too, also floated out. When he learned of this matter, he was extremely shocked. However, he then said, "The Black Earth has run out of energy. Otherwise, when we enter the Black Earth, even a supreme being wouldn't be able to open it." In the following day, Lin Xian began to make careful preparations. Although the entire Pale sect had turned traitor, no one knew that he wasn't threatened. Therefore, when the time came, his sudden attack might produce some miraculous effect. The third day finally arrived. The entire martial city was bustling. This was because this was the day of the final battle. The 9 disciples would engage in the final battle, and the winner would enter the Yaoguang sacred land. In the center of Martial City, there was a huge square surrounded by countless stone seats. In the north, there was a high platform with a palace on it. It was dazzling and magnificent. It was rumored that the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land would arrive at the main spectator stand. The first to arrive were, of course, the disciples of the 3 major sections. Those who were not qualified to participate in the third round were now sitting on the surrounding stone seats as spectators. Lin Xian and the others also arrived and prepared there. Next were the sect masters and elders of the 3 major sections. Dan Qinzi was dressed in a robe, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. He was all smiles and had a kind look on his face. If one did not know, they would not have thought that Dan Qinzi had such a plan. Beside him was a group of elders. These people headed straight for the palace in front of them. The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance. She sat cross-legged on a huge crane, and beside her was an elder of the Spirit Void sect. The people of the Purple Sun sect were driving a purple spirit boat that cut through the void and quickly sailed over. The sect master of the Purple Sun sect was a mighty middle-aged man. He was burly and had an unparalleled domineering aura. It was as if his every move could devour the heavens and split the earth. The 3 sect leaders led their respective elders to the palace in the north. The 3 of them sat on 3 sides, and the center seat was empty. Obviously, that seat was reserved for the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were waiting anxiously. They wanted to see how mighty the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land were. Not long after, the clouds in the sky churned and spiritual power surged. Dozens of divine rainbows streaked across the sky. "They're here!" It was unknown who cried out in alarm. Immediately, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked down. In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from afar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that spread in all directions. Then, light flashed and rays of light shone. The 9 dragons had an extraordinary aura as they pulled a divine chariot that was surrounded by divine light and flew over quickly. The 9 dragons soared through the clouds, and as they moved, they emitted a thunderous sound. So terrifying! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Even Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The Yaoguang sacred land was so generous. They actually used 9 dragons to pull a chariot. Those were real dragons with horns on their heads. They even had the blood of dragons in their bodies. Such a demonic beast was extremely powerful and was definitely a demon king. However, at this moment, they were being used to pull a chariot. One had to admit that this was too shocking. Is this the strength of the sacred land? It's too terrifying. That's right. I feel like that Jiao dragon alone can destroy all of us. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. At this moment, the dark red dragon said, "Kid, be careful." To be able to make such a scene, he's definitely not an ordinary elder. I'm afraid that he has a high status in the Yaoguang sacred land. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to make such a scene. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. With such a peerless figure here, Dan Qinzi and the alchemy grandmaster would not dare to act rashly. Soon, in the sky, the 9 dragons pulled the divine chariot and quickly arrived above the square. Chapter 1680. Soon, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot to the sky above the square. The powerful aura was like 9 primordial demonic mountains, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making them tremble. The door of the chariot opened, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had an extraordinary aura, and every move he made was filled with a supreme aura. Beside him were 4 young and beautiful women. Each of them was holding spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that emitted rich spiritual energy. Behind them were the martial art guards of the wavering light, sacred land. The middle-aged man's figure flickered as he brought everyone to the palace below with a majestic gait. "Greetings, esteemed cultivator Qing He." At this moment, the 3 sect leaders and elders all bowed to the middle-aged man in front of them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then he stretched out his hand, and a ball of powerful energy supported everyone. "No need to be so courteous. Take a seat." After saying that, the middle-aged man strode forward and sat in the most central position with a majestic gait. The 4 young and beautiful maidservants still stood beside him, holding various spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for him to taste. There were also some martial art guards of the wavering light, sacred land around them, but they all stood behind him. Seeing that esteemed cultivator Qing, he sat down. Dan Qinzi and the other sect leaders also sat down slowly. At this moment, the red-robed middle-aged man also came over and said respectfully, "Elder Qing He, do you want to start the competition?" "Yes." "Esteemed cultivator Qing," he nodded slightly. After receiving the order, the red-robed man walked forward and said loudly, "Now, I announce that the 3rd round of the sacred land selection begins." With that, the ground in front of the square rumbled, forming a huge array arena. The red-robed man's body swayed, and he appeared directly below. It seemed that this time he would be the judge. Seeing the scene, everyone became excited. Finally, they could see the final round. However, they did not know who would enter the wavering light, sacred land in the end. Not only the surrounding disciples, but Dan Feng and the others were also excited. This was the critical moment that would determine their fate. Soon, 9 names appeared in the sky, and they kept flashing. Not long after, 2 names appeared. Everyone looked over with rapt attention and exclaimed in surprise. Dan Feng against Bai Ling. Dan Feng was one of the 3 geniuses. Although she had once lost to Lin Xian, no one doubted her strength. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was the younger sister of the Huan Ling siblings. Her divine ability was incomparably terrifying. In this battle, could Bai Ling rely on her divine ability to counterattack? Everyone was looking forward to it. Dan Feng, on the other hand, harumphed coldly. With a cold face, he quickly walked onto the battle ring. Bai Ling's figure flickered, and she went up as well. These 2 people were powerful, and they were both beautiful women. Naturally, they attracted everyone's attention. With a command, the competition began. Dan Feng snorted coldly and directly used the fire beacon map. The terrifying picture scroll enveloped the entire space. Everyone exclaimed. Even Bai Ling's expression changed. She didn't expect her opponent to use his ultimate move right from the start. How would she know that after the competition last time, Dan Feng would not show mercy to anyone now? Therefore, he immediately unleashed his king's domain. The painting seemed to be a real world, and it carried a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. Although Bai Ling had the ability to shift between reality and illusion, There was nothing she could do in this realm. He could only retreat. At this moment, as one of the three great prodigies, Dan Feng's strength was finally revealed. Her powerful strength made it impossible for Bai Ling to attack at all. Therefore, after 50 moves, Bai Ling was defeated. Damn it! Bai Ling gritted her teeth, unwilling to step down. She also knew the gap between her and her opponent, so she could only step down. After the battle, everyone was discussing. In the palace, the elders of the three great sects were also quickly communicating. Dan Feng's strength is not bad. I'm afraid she's about to become a 6-star king. Indeed, the Fire Beacon map is extremely terrifying. There are very few opponents of the same level. So what? Didn't she still lose to a newcomer? The Purple Sun sect's elder harumphed coldly. Bai Ling was a disciple of the Purple Sun sect. Now that she was defeated, they were naturally unhappy. So what if she lost? That Lin Xian is also a member of our alchemy sect. Don't forget about that. The alchemy sect's elder retorted without holding back. However, Qinghe esteemed cultivator narrowed his eyes and tapped the void with his finger. From beginning to end, he didn't say anything. On the other side, Dan Qinzi's expression was calm. His eyes flickered as if he was waiting for something. Next, the competition continued. The second to go up was Xiao Cheng and Zhao Kong. The two of them weren't on the same level, so after 50 moves, Zhao Kong was defeated. The crowd cried out in surprise again. The atmosphere in the surroundings gradually increased. As the referee, the red-robed man nodded slightly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the remaining names flashed again. Ding Peng against Hong Yu. When this news came out, everyone went crazy. They let out a torrent of shouts. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. One of them was the strongest among the three geniuses, while the other was a dark horse among the newcomers with a pair of strange eye techniques. Who was stronger? Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, even Qinghe esteemed cultivator's fingers stopped moving. He opened his eyes and looked down. This was because he had already received the news before coming. It was said that 2 incredible newcomers had appeared in this competition. One of them was Hong Yu, who had a mysterious eye technique. On the other side, the corners of Dan Qinzi's mouth curled up slightly. A deep light appeared in his eyes. They finally appeared. Below, Ding Peng and Hong Yu also stood up. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Their gazes were like sharp swords that collided in the air. Countless sparks flew. In the next moment, the two of them swayed and appeared in the arena together. The competition begins. With the order, the red-robed man retreated to the side. I won't go easy. Ding Peng was the same as Dan Feng. He displayed a powerful ultimate technique right from the start. Because he had also lost once. Although no one knew, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Even if the other party was just a newcomer, he had to deal with him with all his strength. With a clang, he pulled out the purple long saber at his waist and slashed out. The sharp saber light enveloped the front. The void was torn apart. The purple saber light was like a purple rainbow that quickly slashed out. So strong! The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. What's wrong with these people? They used such a powerful ultimate technique right from the start. Yeah, Dan Feng is like this, and so is Ding Peng. It seems that these people are going all out in order to enter the sacred land. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The two people on the arena had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Every collision was powerful and heavy, shattering the void. Kid, I advise you to use your eye technique quickly. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Chapter 1681. His body was surrounded by purple saber light. His entire body was extremely sharp, like a peerless demonic saber. He was a saber wielder. Like a swordsman, he specialized in attacking and killing. Therefore, his will was also extremely firm, and he was not afraid of any illusions. Opposite him, Hong Yu said coldly, When it's time to appear, you will naturally see it. His eyes were emitting a faint golden light, and there were even mysterious Tao patterns appearing in the light. This strange scene shocked everyone. At this moment, even Qinghe esteemed cultivator could not remain calm. He sat up straight, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared intently below. Elder, what kind of eye technique is this? It's so strange. It can trigger Tao patterns in heaven and earth? The other warriors in the wavering light, sacred land, were also very puzzled. Even the people from the 3 major sects were puzzled. Qinghe esteemed cultivator did not speak, as if he did not hear such questions. His eyes were like a bright rainbow as he stared at the figure below. The burly middle-aged man from the Purple Sun sect frowned. From the looks of it, could it be some kind of ancient eye technique that has been lost? Perhaps it's some kind of powerful bloodline power. For a moment, many people looked at the sect master of the Spirit Void sect, the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman also smiled bitterly. I'm not too sure either, but according to my guess, it should be related to some kind of ancient bloodline. Ancient bloodline. There are some with golden light, but I'm not sure which one it is. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Dan Chinzi's eyes also flickered, and it was extremely deep. The corners of his mouth revealed a sharp smile. Around him, the elders of the alchemy sects also had flickering eyes. It seemed that they were ready to attack at any time. Below, the battle was very intense. Ding Peng displayed the divine saber domain, which enveloped the entire space. Rays of saber light were like rainbows cutting through the void. The purple saber in Ding Peng's hand swept in all directions. The terrifying saber light emitted a terrifying light, piercing through the void and slashing forward. The entire void was trembling. Hong Yu's body flickered, and his eyes emitted a golden light. Within the golden light, wisps of mysterious Tao patterns appeared. Strange eye technique, everyone exclaimed. Ding Peng also frowned, and then he closed his eyes. Humph, what's so scary about speed? As long as I don't look at your eyes, I won't fall for your illusion. Ding Peng snorted coldly and launched his fiercest attack. What? Close my eyes? That works too. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect there to be such a method to avoid illusions. Damn it, did he really succeed? Huan Ling and Huan Ling gnashed their teeth, especially Mu Feng, whose expression was even more unsightly. No, that brat's eye technique is very strange. It's not something that can be blocked just by closing one's eyes. Last time he had the protection of the copper lamp, but he was still hit. Thus, he was extremely afraid of those golden eyes. Hong Yu sneered, close my eyes? How much combat strength can he still exert? If you have the ability, then shut off your soul force as well. He was indeed sneering. When a martial artist reached their level of cultivation, they didn't just rely on their eyes. They also used their soul force. Furthermore, his eye technique didn't target the eyes. Instead, it targeted his opponent's soul power. As long as the other party's soul power was still active, they would be hit. As expected in the next moment, Ding Peng's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. What? Could it be that he was hit? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. However, in the next moment, Ding Peng suddenly opened his eyes and roared. A purple saber light quickly slashed out from between his eyebrows. This purple saber light was invisible and very sharp. It collided with the faint golden light, producing a low sound. Immediately, Hong Yu snorted coldly, while Ding Peng kept retreating, his face extremely pale. He kept panting as if he had been seriously injured. Hong Yu also snorted coldly. As expected of a swordsman, his willpower was indeed firm. To be honest, he was indeed very surprised. This was the first person who could withstand his eye technique. Of course, there were 2 reasons. First, the other party was a swordsman. His willpower could be said to be very strong among martial artists of the same level. The second reason was that he didn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be able to escape at all. You're very good. You deserve my full strength, Hong Yu said coldly. What? He didn't use his full strength. How could he use his full strength? Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just an eye technique made Ding Peng's face pale and his body tremble. And this was under the condition that he didn't use his full strength. Just how strong was this Hong Yu? Everyone's scalps went numb in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. He realized that the eye technique was extremely powerful. At this moment, He, too, transmitted his voice. His eye technique is too strange. It reminds me of a legendary bloodline. If that's true, it's too terrifying. What bloodline? Lin Xian was about to ask, but at this moment the battle situation on the arena suddenly changed. Ding Peng suddenly shouted, and a light burst out from his body. The surrounding divine saber domain trembled rapidly. Then a purple giant shadow appeared, holding a sky-splitting saber in its hand, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! Air waves rolled, and the void was cut open in an instant. The terrifying saber light lit up the entire sky. No one could say for sure how powerful the saber was. Everyone only knew that their hearts were beating wildly, and the entire sky was trembling. The sharp saber light directly shrouded Hong Yu. Hong Yu's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to launch such a powerful counterattack after being hit by his illusion technique. This saber could even threaten a 6-star king. Hong Yu snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely solemn. Golden light quickly bloomed in his eyes, and mysterious Tao patterns fluctuated unsteadily. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged. At this moment, illusions were no longer useful. He had to dodge the attack first. Everyone clenched their fists and paid close attention. In the palace, Dan Chenzi also frowned. This saber was definitely Ding Peng's most powerful attack. He wondered if Hong Yu could block it. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to the surrounding elders and gave them a look. In the next moment, the elders nodded, and then secretly formed a strange seal with their palms. Spiritual power also surged in Dan Chenzi's body and instantly erupted. Buzz! He turned into an afterimage and instantly charged toward a steamed cultivator Qinghe. At the same time, the expressions of the surrounding elders also became ferocious, and the aura on their bodies suddenly burst out. One by one, they took out strange weapons and quickly attacked their surroundings. Not only them, but at this moment, all the disciples of the alchemy faction received the order and quickly moved. Chapter 1682. They were not the only ones. At that moment, all the disciples of the alchemy sect received the order and moved quickly. There were even mysterious people around them. Boom! The shocking attack shook the earth and the mountains. The entire space was shaking. However, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They did not even have time to see if Hong Yu had dodged the attack. That was because an even more terrifying aura was coming from the palace in the north. Boom! Boom! The attack exploded in an instant. Powerful auras swept in all directions like peerless, ferocious beasts. The entire palace, including the high platform, exploded into pieces in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people were even sent flying by the aftermath of the energy. To be honest, they were really confused. That was because they did not know why such a terrifying energy explosion would occur in the palace. Could it be that someone attacked? They did not dare to think further. After all, the person sitting inside was an elder of the wavering light, sacred land. Who would dare to attack there? Ding Peng and Hong Yu were also stunned. Just now, Ding Peng had used all his strength and slashed out with a shocking attack, hoping to be defeated. However, he did not expect Hong Yu to dodge it. Hong Yu's face was also slightly pale. It was obvious that it was very difficult for him to dodge that attack. However, what made the two of them feel like they were dreaming was that they felt a shocking wave coming from afar. That energy made their hearts skip a beat. Someone is attacking! For a moment, the two of them stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Instead, they looked in that direction. Lin Xian's heart was also beating wildly. He knew that Dan Qinzi had made a move. However, in the next moment, he looked forward and his expression changed drastically. The reason for that was because the majestic-looking middle-aged man in front of him, the Qinghe ancestor, was actually bound by a large green net. However, the person controlling the green net was actually Dan Qinzi. The green net was crystal clear, as if it was emerald green, and emitted a mysterious energy. It firmly trapped Qinghe the pilgrim. Not only that, Dan Qinzi was holding a dagger in his hand and pressing it against Qinghe the pilgrim's neck. Qinghe the pilgrim was actually subdued. This was simply too unbelievable. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect widened their eyes in disbelief. The warriors from the Wavering Light, Holy Land, were even more shocked. They did not expect that someone would actually dare to attack them. Furthermore, he had actually attacked the Qinghe Great Master. The Qinghe esteemed master was definitely an important figure. Furthermore, he was an elder of the Wavering Light, Holy Land. His strength was terrifying, and his status was even more precious. Perhaps no one in the entire eastern wilderness would dare to attack him. But now, Dan Qinzi dared to attack the Qinghe Great Master. Was he insane? Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the alchemy sect being exterminated? How dare you! You're courting death. Release the elder! Dan Qinzi, are you tired of living? Quickly release Elder Qinghe. Angry roars could be heard. Even the sect leaders of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect were shocked. They hadn't expected Dan Qinzi to betray them. Master Qing, his expression was also ugly. He was a mighty figure and an elder of the Wavering Light, sacred ground. How could he be kidnapped at this moment? He couldn't believe it. Humph! With a cold snort, the spiritual power in his body surged out, but it instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on? Master Qing, his expression was gloomy. He looked at the green net king with murderous intent in his eyes. Immortal trapping net. You actually have such a treasure. What? Immortal trapping net? The surrounding people were shocked. They had heard of the immortal trapping net. It was an extremely mysterious treasure. Legend had it that it could even trap immortals. They had not expected Dan Qinzi to have such a treasure. No, this isn't the real immortal trapping net. Master Qing, he frowned again. This is just a replica. Even if it's a replica, it's enough to subdue you. Dan Qinzi said coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the dagger in his hand shone with a cold light. Master Qing, he was relieved to hear that it was a replica. He snorted coldly. Dan Qinzi, how dare you kidnap me? Do you really want to die? Hurry up and release me, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you and the entire alchemy sect will disappear from this world. Haha, you're still as arrogant as ever, senior brother. What? At this moment, the surrounding people were all stunned. Senior brother? Dan Qinzi was calling Master Qing his senior brother? How was that possible? The sect master of the Spirit Void sect was shocked. The burly man of the Purple Sun sect was also shocked. They could not figure out what was going on at all. The surrounding cultivators of the Wavering Light sacred land were all stunned. Senior brother? What was going on? Master Qing, his pupils constricted when he heard that. Even his body began to tremble slightly. You're not Dan Qinzi? Haha, you're really stupid. Isn't it too late to realize that I'm not Dan Qinzi? Damn it, it's you. You traitor. How dare you come back? Master Qing, he seemed to have recognized the other party. and was immediately furious. "My good senior brother, don't be so agitated. There will be plenty of time to settle the score with you. Now I have other things to do." Dan Chinzi placed the dagger on Master Ching He's neck while waving his other hand gently. Immediately, the surrounding elders began to move. Below, the disciples of the Pill sect also began to move. They all flew in the same direction. Hongyu. At this moment, countless people rushed towards Hongyu, wanting to take him away. "Damn it, your target is indeed him." Master Ching, his expression, changed drastically when he saw that. Could it really be that kind of bloodline? He had long suspected that. The golden eyes were very similar to a legendary bloodline. However, he had never been sure. Now, seeing Dan Chinzi's actions, he was 100% sure that it was that kind of bloodline. Otherwise, Dan Chinzi would not have snatched it. Therefore, in the next moment, he also roared angrily, "Everyone, listen up. Kill Dan Chinzi and everyone in the Pill sect." Yes, hearing that, the Purple Sun sect, Spirit Void sect, and the cultivators of the Wavering Light, Sacred Land all quickly counterattacked. They did not know what had happened and why the Pill sect had betrayed them. However, Master Ching, his words were in order now. They had to obey. Boom! 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 Waves of energy exploded and swept in all directions. The entire city fell into chaos. Among them, the Spirit Void sect's leader and the burly man from the Purple Sun sect stared at Dan Chinzi, while the others dealt with the other elders. However, the situation was still changing. A few disciples of the Spirit Void sect suddenly rebelled and attacked their own sect members. At the same time, the same thing happened in the Purple Sun sect. Chapter 1683. The two sect leaders' faces were pale. They did not expect that their own sect's disciples would join in the rebellion. This was simply too shocking. "Damn you, Dan Chinzi. What did you do? Why did they listen to you?" The leaders of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect gritted their teeth and looked at Dan Chinzi. They wanted to kill him. "Why did they listen to me?" Dan Chinzi snorted. "I've been planning this for hundreds of years. However, I never had the chance to. It was not until today that the plan could be carried out." As he spoke, the Wavering Light Sacred Land's disciples suddenly exploded and killed their own. Seeing this, the others' faces turned even paler. Even the Wavering Light Sacred Land's disciples had betrayed Dan Chinzi? It was too unbelievable. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire Eastern Wilderness. In an instant, other than Dan Chinzi's side, the other places were in chaos. The most intense place was near Hongyu. To be honest, Hongyu was really shocked. He didn't expect that these people were actually here for him. He did not know why these people wanted to kill him, but he would not sit still and wait for death. With a roar, Hongyu's body exploded with dazzling light. His energy was like an erupting volcano sweeping across the area. It was like a pair of invisible hands that attacked quickly. Bang! 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 In an instant, many of the weaker Pill sect disciples were sent flying by the shockwave. However, there were still several sharp lights that tore through the shockwave and attacked him quickly. On the other side, Ding Pong was also stunned. He was just participating in the competition. However, in the blink of an eye, things had happened beyond his expectations. He did not know what was going on. He only knew what to do when he heard Master Chingha's order. The Pill sect had betrayed the Wavering Light Sacred Land. They even wanted to snatch the young man in front of them. It was too shocking. After all, the Pill sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It was a subordinate force. All along, the Pill sect had never dared to disobey the Wavering Light Sacred Land. However, the Pill sect had betrayed them now. Who gave them the guts? The two sects were not on the same level. However, at this moment, a terrifying energy interrupted his thoughts. A large red palm, carrying a monstrous flame, fiercely clawed down from below. The terrifying palm brought with it a gust of wind and a sea of fire that enveloped the area below. From the looks of it, they wanted to capture Hong Yu. Humph! Hong Yu snorted coldly and punched out as well. His fist carried golden lightning and crashed into the sky like a meteor. Boom! The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying radiance illuminated the entire space. However, Ding Prong wasn't idle either. He held the purple saber in his hand and slashed out. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. The purple blade light was incomparably dazzling. It slashed onto the flaming hand and split it apart. The two of them attacked together and slashed apart the red hand. However, at this time, the figure of the red phoenix appeared in the sky. "Danfeng, are you going to betray us too?" Ding Peng roared furiously. "In Jianghu, one has no choice. I have my own difficulties." Dan Feng said coldly. She had no intention of stopping. Light flashed behind her, and the fire beacon map of mountains and rivers rushed out quickly. She did have her own difficulties. Not only her, but the entire alchemy sect was under the control of Dan Chinzi. If they didn't do as they were told, they would probably lose their lives soon. Besides the alchemy sect, no one else knew about this. Whoosh! The void trembled. A fiery red scroll quickly unfolded. On it, a sea of fire spread and heat waves surged. Buzz! Ding Peng also used the divine saber realm to fight against it. However, Dan Feng wasn't the only one who attacked. The other personal disciples and core disciples also rushed over quickly. Although these people weren't as strong as the three supreme prodigies, they were all 5-star kings. Now that they attacked together, the momentum was extremely terrifying. Humph! Hong Yu snorted coldly. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. Those Dao runes quickly rotated and formed a mysterious pattern. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, a few personal disciples around immediately held their heads and screamed in pain. They fell from the sky. Obviously, they were attacked by an illusion. However, those people seemed to have gone crazy and rushed over quickly. No matter how strong Hong Yu was, it was impossible for him to continuously use illusions. It consumed a lot of his soul power. After all, those people were 5-star kings. Therefore, his illusions also paused for a while. However, at this moment, a few figures rushed to his side. These people were Chao Yun and a few other personal disciples. Their faces were ferocious as they quickly cast their realms and shrouded the front. Hong Yu fought back with all his might. Shocking vibrations kept colliding. Right at this moment, another long howl sounded. Xiao Cheng's figure was like lightning, quickly rushing over to provide support. More and more people gathered around Hong Yu. The shocking explosion caused the ground to sink. Countless cracks also appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, 2 of the 3 supreme prodigies and a dark horse joined forces. They were incomparably powerful. Even if Dan Feng and the others outnumbered them, they couldn't take them down in a short time. However, these disciples weren't the only ones who betrayed them. There were also alchemy sect's elders. At this moment, an elder escaped the joint attack of the other 2 sects and came nearby. A large hand that blotted out the sky grabbed down fiercely. The sky was torn apart in an instant, unable to withstand this force at all. This palm enveloped Hong Yu, Ding Peng, and Xiao Cheng. What? A 6-star king has attacked. Hong Yu, Ding Peng, and the others had ugly expressions, but Dan Feng was ecstatic. Attack with all your might. Don't hold back anymore. Ding Peng shouted angrily. Then a purple figure appeared in his king's realm, like a saber god. Holding a peerless, demonic saber in his hand, he slashed out. Xiao Cheng's expression was solemn. His king's realm quickly condensed into a huge folding fan, which he grabbed in his hand. Then he fanned forward fiercely. Hong Yu's eyes shone brightly, and mysterious Dao patterns quickly appeared. The sky full of golden light sprinkled forward. This was no longer an illusion. His eyes were his king's realm. The 3 supreme prodigies attacked the huge palm that blotted out the sky. Boom! Tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared, and the sky shook. This attack was extremely terrifying. The surrounding martial artists were all blasted away by this energy tide. Hong Yu, Ding Peng, and Xiao Qing also kept retreating, their faces pale. However, the three of them joined forces and still blocked this shocking attack. As expected of a supreme prodigy, his strength is indeed powerful. However, the suppression of the realm is far more terrifying than you think. Chapter 1684. As expected of a peerless prodigy, his strength is indeed formidable. However, the suppression of cultivation level is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, none of you can escape today. An elderly figure appeared in the sky. His cold voice was filled with boundless killing intent. He was an elder of the alchemy sect, and his strength had reached the level of a 6-star king. The fact that the 3 people below were able to block his attack really surprised him. Perhaps only prodigies could do so. If it were any other 5-star king, they would have probably died 1,000 times over from this slap. However, although he was surprised, he did not stop. Instead, he reached out his palm again and grabbed downward. This palm was even more terrifying than the previous one. It was as if the hand of God had transcended time and space. Oh no! At this moment, Hong Yu and the other 2 were shocked. Not only them, but the surrounding Wavering Light, Sacred Land, Spirit Void sect, and Purple Sun sect cultivators were also shocked. This was because this palm was too terrifying. Hong Yu and the other 2 would not be able to block it. Hong Yu and the other 2 did not run away because they had no way out. They could only fight to the death. Boom! 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 Ding Peng, Xiao Qing, and Hong Yu kept retreating. Their attacks were also shattered in an instant. The huge palm that covered the sky was still charging toward them quickly. Hong Yu roared crazily, and the golden light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The surrounding Tao inscriptions also spun rapidly. Accompanied by the golden light, they formed a second tadpole-like pattern. Hong Yu's aura also suddenly skyrocketed. His body shone with golden light, and then he punched out. A large amount of golden light scattered, as if thousands of stars were shining. The golden fist collided with the giant hand that covered the sky. The golden fist was incomparably violent. It went against the flow and actually blocked the huge hand that blotted out the sky. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. They did not expect Hong Yu's strength to increase again. He blocked it. Ding Peng and Xiao Qing were also shocked. They could not block such an attack. However, the 15-year-old youth in front of them blocked it. This was really beyond their expectations. As expected of that bloodline, it is indeed impressive. Even Dan Chenzi, who was watching from afar, smiled slightly. His eyes were filled with greed. "Humph, you won't succeed." However, Master Qing, he snorted coldly. To be honest, Hong Yu's strength had also exceeded his expectations. It seemed like it was definitely the kind of legendary bloodline. I never thought that those eyes would appear again. I wonder what kind of storm will arise in the eastern wasteland. The expression of the alchemy sect's elder changed. He did not expect that his opponent's strength would suddenly soar and block his palm. "Brat, I have to say, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. To have such combat strength at such a young age, it is indeed heaven-defying. If you continue to grow, you will at least reach the level of a powerful being in the future. You might even be able to break through to an even higher realm. Unfortunately, you have no future. I must capture you today." After saying that, the elder of the alchemy sect revealed a sinister expression. Then he stretched out his other hand. It covered the sky and covered the sun as he grabbed downwards once again. Both palms struck out at the same time, incomparably terrifying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Hong Yu's pupils constricted. Although his strength had increased greatly, he had not reached the level of a 6-star king. Therefore, to be able to resist a 6-star king's palm was already his full strength. Unless his eyes made another breakthrough, he would probably be in danger. However, he knew that although his golden eyes were extremely terrifying, it was extremely difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Therefore, facing the palm that covered the sky again, he could only choose to retreat. However, could he really escape? This palm was too terrifying. It had completely locked down the entire space. On the other side, Ding Pang and Xiao Cheng roared and charged over again with their king's domains. Bang! There was an intense collision. Their domains collided with the huge palm that covered the sky, creating countless storms. However, that palm was too terrifying. It directly slapped the two of them away. Puff! The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. It's useless. You can't block it at all. The elder of the alchemy sect sneered and quickly attacked. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Among them, the elders of the Wavering Light, Sacred Ground, the Spirit Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect wanted to rush over to help. However, they were held back by those martial artists who had betrayed them. This was because the disciples of the Spirit Void sect and the Purple Sun sect were not the only ones who had betrayed them. There were also some elders who had betrayed them. This caused the combat power of the two sects to be greatly reduced. On the other hand, the alchemy sect was getting stronger and stronger. The huge palm that covered the sky quickly descended and was about to capture Hongyu and the other two. However, at this moment, a vast energy fluctuation came from the void. Immediately after, a fist shadow streaked across the void like a meteor and quickly charged over. Boom! This fist was extremely violent and seemed to be able to destroy the world. The black fist collided with the huge palm that covered the sky, creating an intense collision. In the next moment, the huge palm was actually sent flying backward. What? It was sent flying. The surrounding people were constantly paying attention to Hong Yu's battle situation. At this moment, when they saw that the huge palm that covered the sky was sent flying, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost and did not dare to believe it. Even Hongyu and the other two were extremely shocked. They did not expect that at the most critical moment, there was actually an expert who made a move. Who is it? Could it be an elder? They guessed that the person who could fight against the alchemy sect elder must be an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect. Otherwise, it would be a martial artist from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Therefore, for a moment, countless gazes quickly scanned the void, looking for the person who had made a move. Even the alchemy sect elder's face was gloomy. He did not expect that his attack would be sent flying by a single punch. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone was stunned, because they realized that it was not what they had imagined. The person who had made a move was not an elder from the Spirit Void sect or the Purple Sun sect, nor was it an expert from the Wavering Light Sacred Land. It was a man in black. He was dressed in black robes and was surrounded by a black aura, making it impossible to see his true form. On his face he was wearing an azure dragon mask, which was extremely strange. Those who did not know would think that he was one of Dan Qinzi's men. However, the other party had attacked the alchemy sect elder. It was obvious that he was not one of Dan Qinzi's men. Damn it, who are you? The alchemy sect elder's voice was ferocious. How dare you interfere in our alchemy sect's matters? I think you have a death wish. As for Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, and the surrounding disciples, they all screamed. What? It's you! That mysterious demon king. Exclamations were heard one after another. They were too shocked. They did not expect that the one who had made a move to save them was the legendary Demon King. Chapter 1685. The Alchemy Faction Elder was puzzled. He did not know what had happened in the first round. However, he soon found out. It turned out that there was a mysterious Demon King in the first round. He was wearing a black robe and a green dragon mask. He attacked the disciples of the three sects mercilessly and robbed many supreme-grade, subdivine crystals. They originally thought that a mysterious expert had sneaked in to rob them. However, they did not expect him to appear again and save Hong Yu's life. Ding Peng looked at the mysterious figure with a complicated expression. He swore that if he met him again, he would fight him at all costs. However, he hesitated now. Firstly, it was not the right time. It was a riot now, and he had to suppress it. Moreover, the other party had not only saved Hong Yu, but also his life. He could be said to be his savior. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about this. However, the surrounding people were even more shocked. The mysterious person who appeared was not only mysterious, but also terrifyingly powerful. He sent the alchemy faction elder's hand flying with one punch. Did that mean that the other party was a 6-star king? They gasped at the thought of this. The mysterious demon king was naturally Lin Xian. He had already planned to destroy Dan Qinzi's plan. How could he not make a move now? However, he did not want to be recognized, so he could only transform into a demon king again and wear the green dragon mask. Moreover, he was using the Armageddon black dragon fist now. No one could recognize him. Lin Xian's appearance had indeed caused a commotion. For a moment, everyone looked at him. "Who are you?" Hong Yu asked in a deep voice. To be honest, he had heard about this demon king. However, he did not expect that the other party would help him now. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you leave now. They want to catch you." "Yes, junior brother Hong. You'd better leave," Xiao Cheng also said quickly. As a disciple of the empty spirit sect, Hong Yu naturally did not want Hong Yu to be caught by the people from the alchemy faction. "All right, thank you very much." Hong Yu nodded. Then his body swayed and he quickly flew into the distance. "You want to leave? Stay here." In the sky, the alchemy faction elder roared angrily and attacked again. Boom, boom, boom. An incomparably vast power enveloped the heavens and earth. Then a huge hand descended from the sky and pressed down rapidly, as if it wanted to slap Lin Xian into a bloody mist. For a moment, a gale swept through and the sky darkened. Terrifying energy surged in the air. Humph! Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he waved both of his fists. Terrifying fist shadows quickly blasted out. Above this fist, there was an incomparably strong aura of destruction, as if it could destroy the world. In the next moment, the two collided again. Suddenly, the entire void shook violently and countless cracks appeared rapidly. The earth caved in even more, and numerous abyssal cracks appeared. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Pung pung pung. The pill sect elder was sent flying back by this punch, and he kept retreating in the air. Every step he took cracked the void. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he didn't believe that his opponent would be able to force him back. "Damn it, who are you?" The pill sect's elder's expression was incomparably malevolent. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. What he needed to do now was to safely escort Hong Yu away. However, this place was seriously too chaotic. Even without this pill sect elder's obstruction, there were still mysterious assassins charging over from the surrounding people, wanting to capture Hong Yu. Fortunately, Hong Yu had Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng by his side, and they could help block for a while. But they probably couldn't hold on for long either, because there were even more elder-level powerhouses rushing over quickly. And on this side, the pill sect elder similarly attacked again. "Fire God's palm!" The pill sect elder roared angrily. Terrifying flames surged around him, and two incomparably scarlet flames appeared on his palms. Accompanying it was also a terrifying heatwave aura. There was a feeling of burning everything. Facing Lin Xian's might, this pill sect elder was finally going to use his ultimate move. Fire God's Palm, one of the pill sect's ultimate moves. It was once used by Chao Yun and Dan Feng, But at this moment, in the hands of this pill sect elder, the power was even more powerful. Smacking both palms out, the fiery red air billow turned into cloud-like mist, enveloping downwards. Immediately, the surrounding space shook. Terrifying flame power danced wildly in the air. This palm caused the originally already extremely chaotic void to split open with countless cracks at this moment. Not good. This is the pill sect's ultimate move. I'm afraid that that person is in danger. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their hearts all leaped up. Although they did not know who in the world that mysterious person was at this moment, only the other party could stop this pill sect elder. If he was injured, then Hong Yu would probably be in danger. Facing this terrifying palm, Lin Xian gave a cold snort. His two fists moved out, a terrifying aura of destruction revolved around him. Thunderclap, Thunder Dragon. A punch rumbled out. Immediately, a black dragon phantom appeared. Accompanying it was also black-colored lightning all around. Horrifying energy instantly pierced through the void, flying fiercely upwards. The next instant, terrifying energy erupted. Ripples akin to sea waves swept out in all directions. The entire enormous city was affected. A large number of buildings were destroyed. The sky collapsed and the ground cracked open. The surrounding martial artists were also continuously pushed back by this attack. The battle prowess of a 6-star king was terrifying. It far surpassed the 3 great prodigies. When the energy storm disappeared, everyone quickly looked over. Then they were extremely shocked. This was because the pill sect elder's hair was disheveled and his expression was wretched. There was blood flowing on his palms. It was abnormally scarlet. What? The pill sect elder is injured. At this moment, countless people were shocked. As for the pill sect martial artists, their faces were filled with horror. That was the pill sect elder. A 6-star king was incomparably terrifying. Even the 3 great prodigies could not fight against him. But now he was actually injured by a mysterious person? This was simply too shocking. Who is this person? At this moment, even Dan Chenzi's face was gloomy. The sudden appearance of this mysterious person had undoubtedly disrupted his plan. Otherwise, he would have captured Hong Yu long ago. When esteemed Master Qing he saw this scene, he revealed a cold smile. Then he said to the 2 sect masters beside him, "The 2 of you go and help them. You don't have to worry about this." Yes, the sect masters of the Empty Spirit sect and the Purple Sun sect quickly moved and joined the battle. The strength of these 2 people was extremely terrifying. They were both at the almighty level. Therefore, they all joined the battle, causing the Pill sect to retreat. Haha, Mo Tianqi, although your plan is very good, I'm afraid it will fail again this time. Esteemed Master Qing, he laughed coldly. Fail? My good senior brother, how is that possible? This time I'm fully prepared. Chapter 1686. Then, countless rainbows flew over from all directions in the sky. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura. Along with them was a monstrous aura of death that formed into dark clouds. Do you really think that I only have one alchemy sect? Mo Tianqi sneered. Next, I'll show you a part of my strength. Even though Lin Xian's appearance had disrupted his plans, no one was able to ruin his plans. Soon, the dark clouds that appeared in the surroundings arrived nearby. Within them, terrifying figures appeared one after another. Those people were extremely strange, but without exception, their bodies were surrounded by a thick aura of death. Beneath their feet, strange creatures were circling around. Some were piles of skeletons that formed a strange, white-boned bird. Some were rotting corpses that emitted a monstrous stench. These were all lifeless things, but at this moment they could move. Corpses! The Chasing Corpse sect! The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not expect that the other party had attracted the Chasing Corpse sect. Among them, there were two figures with unusually powerful auras. Under their feet stood two skeletons with 10-meter-long white bone wings. Mighty figures. Sensing the aura of the two figures, the Lingshu sect master exclaimed. The Purple Sun sect master's expression was also extremely solemn. Originally, the addition of the two of them had improved the situation of the battle. However, they did not expect that the other party would have two more mighty figures. This made them feel very troubled. Moreover, in addition to the two mighty figures, there were more than a dozen powerhouses from the chasing corpse sect. They were afraid that this would make the battle worse. Kill! Mo Tianqi also laughed wildly and gave the order. Immediately, the two mighty figures from the chasing corpse sect and more than a dozen powerhouses around them charged into the battle. The situation changed again. The advantage that the wavering light sacred land had gained was once again suppressed. The Lingshu sect master and the Purple Sun sect master could no longer attack others. The two of them fought with all their strength against the two mighty figures from the chasing corpse sect. As for the remaining powerhouses from the chasing corpse sect, 3 of them charged towards Hongyu, while the others joined the battle. Boom! 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 3 gray auras quickly rushed towards Hongyu and the others. Hongyu, Ding Peng, and the others also quickly counterattacked. A series of fierce attacks exploded in the air. Lin Xian's body flashed and came near Hongyu. He then punched out with both his fists, sending all of the death aura flying away with his fists. Die, brat! One of them flipped his palm and summoned a tall black zombie, which quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The black zombie was like an impenetrable fortress, radiating the light of the King of Death. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. 2 ghostly claws grabbed at Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he punched back. Very good. Seeing this, Mo Tianqi, who was in the distance, smiled again. As for the Qinghe ancestor, his expression was gloomy. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. At the same time, an extremely violent energy surged out of his body like a raging wave. Boom! In the next moment, the space he was in exploded and a pitch-black hole appeared. Moreover, it quickly spread to the surroundings. This scene was too frightening. Both sides of the battle were continuously retreating, afraid that they would be affected by the shock waves. In fact, even the 2 mighty figures of the chasing corpse sect and the sect masters of the Spirit Void sect and Purple Sun sect retreated to the side. Although they were all mighty figures, there were also differences in strength between the mighty figures. They were only 7-star sovereigns, while the Qinghe ancestor was at least an 8-star sovereign or even stronger. Therefore, the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, and a long howl came from within it. Mo Tianqi, do you really think that a replica of the immortal trapping net can trap me? This voice was full of majesty and disdain. It was the voice of the Qinghe ancestor. Humph, I didn't expect your strength to have improved again. You can break through the restraints of the immortal trapping net. But so what? Even if we fight head-on, you are no match for me. This extremely cold voice belonged to Mo Tianqi. In the next moment, the black hole gradually disappeared, and 2 figures appeared in the void. One of them was majestic and extraordinary, and his entire body was surrounded by green light. It was the Qinghe ancestor. The other person had an old appearance, but that person quickly changed his appearance. The white-haired, sage-like figure disappeared in an instant. In his place was an incomparably evil young man. He was the Qinghe ancestor's junior brother, Mo Tianqi. For the past few hundred years, he had been impersonating Dan Qinzi and plotting big plans in the alchemy sect. Without the restraint of the immortal trapping net, the Qinghe ancestor snorted coldly and punched out. Immediately, a terrifying light covered the entire sky. Everything within 100 miles completely collapsed. An entire huge city was instantly reduced to ashes. It was too terrifying. The Qinghe ancestor was probably an extremely powerful existence among the mighty figures. Just this punch alone made everyone present feel a sense of despair. However, in the face of this terrifying punch, Mo Tianqi was not afraid at all. A cold smile appeared on his bewitching face. Then, an extremely terrifying aura surged from his body. A black scythe appeared in his hand, emitting a dense and terrifying aura. He waved the death scythe, and a crescent-shaped blade, light, quickly slashed out. The spiritual energy in the sky was instantly sucked dry. The huge death scythe slashed forward and collided with the terrifying fist. Immediately, the area within 1,000 miles boiled. It was too terrifying. The energy exploded, forming a huge energy wave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. At this moment, the surrounding warriors were all affected. They fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. At the same time, Mo Tianqi and the Qinghe ancestors' figures kept rising into the sky and engaged in a great battle. A good chance. Let's go. Hong, you seized the opportunity and flew into the distance. The scene was too chaotic now. Everyone was avoiding the aftermath of the energy wave, and no one cared about him. However, he was still a step too late. In the sky, Missouri Tianqi waved his hand, and the immortal trapping net directly turned into a huge energy light shield, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 miles. What followed after was a cold laugh. It's useless. No one below the mighty figure can open it. Moreover, even an ordinary mighty figure can't open it. So, you'd better stay here obediently. Damn it! Hong Yu roared crazily. Even his golden eyes emitted a terrifying light. Boom! The golden light blasted forward, but it was still unable to shake the energy shield formed by the immortal trapping net. The surrounding people also retreated to the edge. After the terrifying energy wave disappeared, everyone started fighting again. However, in the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Chapter 1687. In the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. What? Damn it, it's actually you. That alchemy sect elder roared crazily. His gaze was fixed on a figure. Hearing this voice, the surrounding people also looked over. Then they were all stunned, because they discovered that that mysterious demon king was actually someone they were incomparably familiar with. Isn't he that Lin Xian from the alchemy sect? That's right, it's actually him. What's going on? Could it be that he didn't betray us? One after another, cries of surprise came. Clearly, everyone was extremely shocked. Lin Xian also laughed bitterly. That surge of energy just now was too terrifying. It directly destroyed his azure dragon mask. So now, his true face appeared before everyone's eyes. Brat, you actually dare to ruin the plan. Could it be that you really aren't afraid of death? That alchemy sect elder sneered. Don't forget, your life is in our hands. But Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. I won't let your evil scheme succeed. Courting death. A puny little 3-star king dares to say such big words? The alchemy sect elder sneered. I don't know what medicinal pill you used to raise your cultivation. I presume it shouldn't be for long. He did not expect that the one who interfered was actually their alchemy sect disciple. This was truly unexpected. One had to know that the alchemy sect disciples had all consumed the blue wave pill and purple poison. Without their antidote, no one could cure them. But now, there was actually someone who dared to resist them. Could it be that the other party really did not want to live anymore? But Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Come here and die. He waved his hand and pulled out a black, demonic sword from the void. Since his identity was already exposed, then he did not have anything to worry about anymore. So at this moment, Lin Xian planned to attack with all his might. With just the likes of you? Want to attack me? You really don't know life from death. The alchemy sect elder was incomparably furious. A puny little disciple actually dared to provoke him? This was intolerable to him. So in the next moment, the aura on his body erupted, and he attacked mercilessly. A fiery red palm was unparalleled, its power terrifying as it descended from the sky. The entire sky was dyed red, and a terrifying energy surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved the nine-hell devil sword in his hand. A shocking sword light that was incomparably sharp tore through the void and flew out rapidly. Pum! This sword strike was extremely terrifying. Soon, the two collided and exploded again. What? He blocked it again. This is impossible. The alchemy faction's elder didn't dare to believe it. His opponent was only a 3-star king. How could he display such powerful battle prowess? He guessed that the other party must have taken some kind of pill to increase his cultivation. But after such a long time, the effects of the pill should be wearing off soon. But now, the other party was still not affected in the slightest. His strength was still as terrifying as ever. This made him very unhappy. With a cold snort, he took out a red iron hammer and held it in his hand. The red hammer was small and exquisite, and it was incomparably exquisite. Mysterious patterns were engraved on it. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous heat. Brat, don't think that you're the only one with an Earth-rank artifact. Next, I'll let you know the power of a 6-star king. He roared angrily, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. Like a thunder god, he quickly swooped down. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and used the dragon sword domain. Immediately, the green dragon sword domain quickly expanded and covered the alchemy faction's elder. In the next moment, thousands of sword chi crisscrossed. An entire world turned into a world of swords. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the alchemy faction's elder received countless sword chi attacks. He waved the red iron hammer in his hand and continuously smashed in all directions. Every time, an earth-shaking collision occurred. Soon his arm became numb. This shocked him greatly. Damn it! How is this possible? How can this brat's king domain be so powerful? He was too shocked. Those sword chi were incomparably sharp, causing his heart to tremble in fear. If he was slightly careless, those sword chi would cut him in half. Damn it! With a furious roar, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. At this time, he had to use his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red king domain appeared behind him and quickly resisted Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. The two domains collided, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. The other party dared to compete with him in king domain? He was really courting death. His king domain was evolved from the great dragon sword soul, and its power was incomparably powerful. Even if the other party was a 6-star king, he would not be able to contend against him. That was the truth. After the two domains collided a few times, the alchemy faction's elder's expression changed again. This was because he discovered that countless cracks had appeared on his fiery red domain. Damn it! How is this possible? The alchemy faction's elder's scalp went numb. He discovered that he could not defeat the young man in front of him. This was unbearable for him, but the truth was that it had happened. Old man, it's over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, a red sword god phantom appeared in his domain. Monstrous killing intent bloomed, and sword chi swept through the clouds. The red sword god phantom took a step forward and merged with Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's aura erupted, and the 9-darkness demonic sword in his hand quickly slashed forward. Pooh! The sword split the sky, and a huge sword chi spread out for thousands of miles, instantly splitting the other party's king domain. Pooh! The alchemy faction's elder was instantly seriously injured, and his body flew backward. What? The alchemy faction's elder was defeated? How is this possible? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. That was the alchemy faction's elder, a 6-star king. At this moment, he could not defeat a core disciple? What a joke! The other alchemy faction's disciples were especially shocked. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon's sword domain expanded. Thousands of sword qi surrounded him, and wherever it passed, all the cultivators were sent flying. No one could contend against him. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword demon, unstoppable. With Lin Xian leading the way at the front, he quickly led Hong Yu and the others away. Humph! It's useless. You can't break the immortal binding net at all. The surrounding ordinary disciples did not dare to approach at all, and the elders could not free themselves. However, there were 3 people from the Chasing Corpse sect that charged over again. They controlled dozens of zombies, and they were incomparably ferocious as they roared and charged forward. These zombies had bodies of bronze and bones of iron. They were not afraid of any attacks at all. Moreover, they did not feel pain. They could be said to be killing machines. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian this time. Ordinary attacks might not be able to hurt them, but Lin Xian's sword qi was extremely sharp. At this moment, it slashed those zombies into pieces. What? In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? Chapter 1688. In an instant, more than 10 zombies were cut into pieces. Damn brat, how dare you destroy my zombies? The 3 Chasing Corpse sect martial artists were enraged when they saw this. As members of the Chasing Corpse sect, zombies were their weapons. They were even more important than their lives. They had spent a great deal of effort to refine those zombies, but now they had been destroyed so easily. How could they not be angry? In an instant, the 3 of them attacked in a frenzy. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Lin Xian clenched his left fist and punched out. Suddenly, a violent aura filled the air. A huge black fist swept forward. Instantly, the remaining zombies and the 3 Chasing Corpse sect martial artists were all sent flying by this punch. It was too terrifying. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. No one could block it. At the side, Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng were completely stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying power. Hong Yu was even more shocked. He had always thought of himself as a peerless genius with unparalleled eye techniques. He did not take anyone seriously. He had even hoped to fight Lin Xian, but now it seemed that he was too naive. Lin Xian's current strength had completely surpassed his. Even if he had unparalleled eye techniques, he would not be able to do anything to Lin Xian. This was not to say that Hong Yu's eyes were not strong. It was just that he was too young. He was only 14 or 15 years old and had not yet developed the power of this pair of golden eyes. If this pair of golden eyes displayed its true power, it was not certain who would win in a battle against Lin Xian. Perhaps, other than Lin Xian, no one could fight against it. This was because the golden eyes had a frightening origin. If Lin Xian did not have the great dragon sword soul, he might not be able to fight against it. This was also the reason why Mo Tianqi wanted to snatch Hong Yu away. His real goal was the pair of golden eyes. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated and finally arrived in front of the energy shield. Peerless demonic saber. Hurricane blade. Ding Peng and Xiao Cheng activated their king's domains and unleashed their most powerful attacks as they ferociously attacked forwards. The terrifying attacks landed on the energy shield in front of them, but they did not cause any sparks. What? How can this be? Their expressions changed drastically. Their attacks were very powerful. Even if they could not break it, they could at least affect it. But now, they did not even cause any damage. This caused them to develop a deep sense of frustration. Hong Yu's face was also ugly. He activated his golden eyes and searched carefully. See if you can break it. Therefore, at the same time, he also threw out a punch. The terrifying punch landed on the surface, causing ripples to appear. However, he was unable to break it open. He was extremely excited. The immortal binding net was a supreme treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. It was very famous. However, it was probably impossible to find it now. As for this imitation, it was also incomparably powerful. Ruffian dragon, can you break it? Lin Xian asked anxiously. It's impossible to break it completely, but it should be no problem if we can open a crack and escape. The dark red dragon studied it carefully. As for the surrounding assassins, they charged over once again. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were extremely powerful and could still hold on. Outside, the battle continued. The dark red dragon kept waving its dragon claws to break the immortal binding net. Time passed bit by bit. Hong Yu and the others felt more and more pressure. They could not hold on any longer. At this moment, the dark red dragon exclaimed, "Found it!" Then it waved its dragon claws and pointed in a direction. Attack that place. That was the weakest part of the defense. Hearing that, everyone was overjoyed. Hong Yu was the first to attack. The golden light in his eyes was like a golden sword that quickly pierced forward. At the same time, Ding Peng and Xiaoqing also attacked with all their might. No, it's still not enough. I'm coming too. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claws and launched a terrifying attack. Lin Xian raised his battle prowess to the extreme. The dragon sword soul in his body rumbled, and the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a black light. Then he stabbed forward. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Boom! They attacked with all their might and hit the weakest part of the energy barrier. Finally, a crack was torn open. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the alchemy faction changed. They did not expect the other party to be able to break through the defense. Even Mo Tianqi, who was fighting in the sky, frowned. He did not believe that a few kings could break through his immortal binding net. Damn it! He snorted coldly, and his figure flashed as he was about to dive down. However, Qing he also laughed loudly. You want to leave? It's not that easy. On his body, several green rivers surged and turned into green snakes that covered the entire sky. They blocked Mo Tianqi's path. Get lost. Mo Tianqi fought back crazily. At the same time, Lin Xian, Hong Yu, and the others directly escaped through the crack. In the next moment, everyone used their fastest speed to escape into the distance. Chase after them. Mo Tianqi retracted the immortal binding net and issued an order. Immediately, countless alchemy faction and chasing corpse sect cultivators chased into the distance. However, most of them were stopped by the people from the Spirit Void sect, Purple Sun sect, and Wavering Light Sacred Land. Only a small portion of them broke through the encirclement. Seeing that a few experts had gone to chase after them, Mo Tianqi's mood improved a little. In the next moment, a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. Senior brother, how dare you ruin my plan? I'll send you to hell today. He stretched out his palm, and a silver beast claw covered the sky and the earth, grabbing forward. Immediately, the sky exploded again, and the two of them engaged in a shocking battle. On the other side, Lin Xian, Hong Yu, and the others escaped from the immortal binding net and quickly ran into the distance. However, they soon frowned. Split up and escape. We'll lure them away. Ding Peng gritted his teeth and said, Okay. The few of them agreed. Lin Xian's figure changed, and his bones made cracking sounds. In the end, he turned into the same appearance as Hong Yu. This should be able to confuse them more. Lin Xian said quickly. Hong Yu looked at Lin Xian and the other two and said gratefully, Hong Yu is very grateful for your help. In the future, I will repay you with all my strength. Chapter 1689. Ding Peng and Xiaoqing also each chose a direction and left quickly. Lin Xian was the last to leave. He had been waiting until his pursuers were nearby before he flew toward the east. When those people saw Lin Xian's appearance, they thought it was Hong Yu. Therefore, they immediately chased after Lin Xian with murderous intent. However, when those people disappeared, a silver figure appeared on the ground again. Like quicksilver, it clattered and then condensed into a human figure. His appearance was exactly the same as Mo Tianqi's. From the looks of it, it should be a clone of the other party. The silver clone's eyes flickered. Then he stared in the direction that the real Hong Yu escaped and chased after him. Lin Xian smiled when he saw that there were 8 or 9 people following behind him. If he lured those people away and allowed Hong Yu to leave safely, he would have completed the task of the 1,000-beast cauldron. What happened in the future would have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he flew at a leisurely pace. He did not let the other party catch him, nor did he let him disappear from their sight. Just like that, Lin Xian's figure came to a stop after flying for approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, 8 people quickly rushed over. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Xian. "Kid, come back with me obediently. You don't want to suffer some physical pain." The 8 people's auras were very powerful. Among them, 5 were alchemy grandmasters, and the other 3 were powerhouses from the chasing corpse sect. "Go back with you?" "No need. I think it's better for you to stay here." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed, and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, an Hong's divine dragon flew out and quickly cast the array that had been set up long ago. Immediately, it covered a radius of 100 miles. "What? It's you!" When they saw Lin Xian change his appearance, their expressions changed drastically. "Damn it, we've been tricked." They were too shocked because they did not expect that they had chased after the wrong person. "Damn kid, just you wait. When we catch him, it'll be your death." These powerhouses roared angrily and wanted to leave. That was because the most important thing now was to catch Hong Yu. But soon their faces darkened. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area within a radius of 100 miles had been sealed. A huge formation enveloped this space. "You want to trap us? You're overestimating yourself." One of the alchemy grandmasters sneered and punched out with his fists. His fiery red fists smashed into the array formation, creating a heaven-shaking collision. However, he did not open it. "Damn it! How is this possible?" The pale ancestor martial artist was shocked. He was a 6-star king. He was actually unable to blast open the array. This really surprised him. Little did he know that this was a formation that had been meticulously set up by the dark red divine dragon to trap people. Even a 6-star king would need a lot of strength to open it. Not only that, but the dark red divine dragon also sneered. "Humph, how could the array formation that I set up be so easy to open?" He waved his dragon claws, and the array formation around him flickered with light as he unleashed one terrifying attack after another. They quickly killed those warriors. The void vibrated as the formation flickered. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably terrifying. They appeared in the sky and pressed down on the people below. On the other side, snow and ice covered the sky as if it was a world of ice that quickly enveloped them. Thunder clouds rolled above their heads, and terrifying lightning kept falling. These arrays displayed a powerful force that battered the 8 martial artists. Damn it! The 8 of them had gloomy expressions as they kept dodging. However, they realized that if this continued, it would waste even more time. "Kill that brat." This array formation is much easier to break without anyone controlling it. At this moment, the 8 of them had a common idea. They planned to kill Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The 8 of them split into 2 groups of 4 and attacked Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, respectively. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he would not be able to resist the 8 of them. Ruffian dragon, kill them! Lin Xian threw the 10,000 beast cauldron to the dark red divine dragon while he held the 9 darkness demonic sword. Ha ha ha, I haven't fought in a long time. I'll use them as practice. The dark red divine dragon's cultivation base had also recovered during this period of time, and his strength had skyrocketed. Although he had not recovered to his peak state, he was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, he could control the array formation around him, and with the 10,000 beast cauldron in his hand, it would not be a problem for him to fight against the 4 powerhouses. He held the 10,000 beast cauldron in his hand, and countless terrifying demonic beasts charged forward. On the other side, Lin Xian was even more direct. Without any hesitation, he quickly unleashed the dragon's sword domain, which instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, 2 were powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect, and 2 were martial artists from the alchemy faction. In an instant, they were enveloped by the dragon sword domain. However, the 4 of them had cold smiles on their faces. A puny 3-star king wants to trap the 4 of us with his domain? He's overestimating himself. Brett, you're too naive. Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Dark Ghost Claw. One of the powerhouses from the Chasing Corpse sect sneered and waved his hand. The void trembled as a huge ghost claw quickly clawed at him. The ghost claw was incomparably black and emitted a terrifying power of death. Wherever it passed, ghost chi filled the sky. He slapped the surroundings with his palm, wanting to tear the dragon sword domain apart. While the dragon's sword spirit domain bloomed with a resplendent light, thousands of sword chi crisscrossed within, easily annihilating the ghost claw. What? Seeing this scene, the Chasing Corpse sect's powerhouse's expression changed. He did not expect that this king domain actually exceeded his expectations. His ghost claw was incomparably terrifying. Killing a 3-star king was as easy as blowing off dust, but he did not expect that it actually failed now. Damn it, there's a problem with this domain. I don't believe it. A middle-aged martial artist from the alchemy faction snorted coldly and waved his fist. A fiery red light soared into the sky, dyeing the entire space red. But it was still useless. A swift and fierce sword chi cut the fist in half. The fiery red flames that filled the sky were all extinguished. Damn it! How is this possible? The alchemy faction's martial artist also had ugly expressions. The sword chi in this domain was so powerful that it was hard for them to believe. Are you very surprised? Very surprised? Lin Xian snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. When you reach hell, you'll have plenty of time to be surprised. He waved his hand, and the dragon's sword domain once again erupted with a resplendent light. Countless sword chi quickly slashed down. Lin Xian held the 9-hell demonic sword in his hand and quickly charged over. Kid, you're courting death. The 4 powerhouses were furious. They all used their ultimate techniques and attacked. In an instant, for king domains were used at the same time. It was incomparably terrifying. Vast energy constantly collided with the dragon's sword domain, wanting to tear it apart. However, they still underestimated the dragon sword domain. The sword chi of the dragon's sword domain was incomparably terrifying. It fought against 4 king domains. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 domains constantly collided, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Every attack tore apart the sky. Ghost King Domain. Chapter 1690. Inside, a ghost king-like figure appeared continuously, emitting a monstrous aura. Then, a black ray of light pierced forward. Wherever it passed, the void instantly dimmed as if it had been robbed of its vitality. Even Lin Xian felt the threat of death looming over him. 6 gods' sword technique. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and dodged instantly. At the same time, a red sword shadow appeared in his domain. Countless red sword chi surrounded him and charged towards the Ghost King domain. Boom! The sword chi was shocking. The sword god's shadow seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword that cut through everything. The Ghost King domain was instantly knocked away. It was extremely dim and was almost completely split apart. Puff! The chasing corpse sect martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Seeing the scene, the other 3 martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect the young man in front of them to be so powerful. They had to attack with all their might and kill him. The 3 of them did not dare to hold back. They used all their strength and charged forward with their king domain. Whitebone's domain. Another chasing corpse sect martial artist roared. Suddenly, countless white bones appeared around him. They covered the sky and earth and were extremely terrifying. Fire spirit turtle domain. The alchemy ancestor also roared. Suddenly, a huge red turtle appeared around him. It was extremely heavy and crushed the void. 8 flames domain. The other alchemy sect elder's body was fiery red. Inside, there was a red palace that came crashing down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered as he unleashed his combat strength to the extreme. At this moment, the dragon's sword domain seemed to have been revived. It turned into a green dragon and roared continuously. The real dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A terrifying aura filled the air. 2 sword god shadows appeared and charged towards the White Bones domain and 8 Flames domain. Lin Xian held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. Terrifying sword techniques and Armageddon Black Dragon Fist were unleashed together. In the next moment, the Jade Fire Turtle domain collided. At this moment, Lin Xian was simply too terrifying. Every move he made caused the sky to tremble and the ground to sink. Soon, 3 miserable shrieks rang out as their territories were destroyed. 3 figures flew out, their faces filled with fear. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even with the 3 of them working together, they were still no match for him. It's over. Myriad sword chimes. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the dragon's sword domain emitted a terrifying aura. Tens of thousands of sword chi condensed into an azure dragon sword, ruthlessly stabbing towards the 3 people. They covered the sky and covered the earth, like 10,000 beasts galloping. A terrifying aura covered the entire space. When everything disappeared, the 4 warriors were nailed to the ground by the sword chi. Every one of them had a terrified expression on their faces. The reason for that was because they did not dare to believe that their opponent would be able to kill the 4 of them so easily. While Lin Xian had dealt with 4 enemies, the dark red dragon god had also dealt with its opponent. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. The 8 experts were extremely terrifying. However, it was actually defeated by a man and a dragon. This was simply too unbelievable. After dealing with these people, the dark red dragon god waved its dragon claw and withdrew all the surrounding formations. Boy, what should we do next? The dark red dragon god asked. We've already helped Hong you lure the enemy away. Logically speaking, we've also ruined Dan Qinzi's plan. Next, we should have nothing to do. This storm is too big, and it involves the Wavering Light sacred land. It's better that we don't get involved. Hearing that, the dark red dragon god nodded, and the 2 of them prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the north in the distance. Following that, countless golden rays of light bloomed. Although it was very far away, Lin Xian could still see it clearly with his martial Dao celestial eye. The golden rays of light. Could it be that Hong Yu was fighting someone? Lin Xian frowned. Then he said, Ruffian Dragon, let's go and take a look. He was a little worried, so he wanted to go and take a look. Then, the 2 of them used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and turned into 2 streaks of lightning, flying towards the north. On the vast land in the north, 2 figures stood. One was Hong Yu, and the other was a mysterious person whose body was flickering with silver light. His appearance was exactly the same as Mo Tianqi's. It was the clone. At that moment, Hong Yu's face was pale, and his body was covered with injuries. Blood kept dripping onto the ground. There were 4 silver chains around him, but they were already broken. In fact, there were even countless silver scales scattered all over the ground. Opposite him, Mo Tianqi's clone smirked, and his eyes flashed. Not bad, not bad. As expected of that bloodline. He actually managed to escape from my restraints. He was too shocked. Although he was only a clone, his strength was absolutely terrifying. No one below the almighty level could fight against him. At that moment, the young man was actually able to break free from his restraints. It was indeed shocking. Moreover, what made him even happier was that if he could obtain that pair of eyes, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Kid, you're still too weak. Although you also have those eyes, you can't unleash your full strength with your current strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Come with me obediently, and if you're lucky, you can still live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The silver clone's voice was cold, and there was a strong, murderous aura. Follow you? Don't even think about it. Hong Yu gritted his teeth. His small face was ferocious, and a golden light bloomed in his eyes. He was now suffering from internal injuries, and the silver figure in front of him was the most terrifying enemy he had ever met. In fact, he had already displayed his current maximum strength, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. This made him feel a strong sense of powerlessness. Was he really going to be caught by his opponent today? He didn't want to live like that, so even if he self-destructed today, he wouldn't fall into his opponent's hands. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a bright golden light burst out from his eyes, forming a golden light beam that flew forward. Wherever it passed, the void was cut open. In an instant, the golden light shrouded the silver figure. Clang! The golden light collided with the silver figure, and the sound of metal colliding burst out. Humph, stubborn. The silver clone snorted. A silver light rose from the surface of his body, and a mysterious pattern appeared to resist the golden light. Soon he neutralized the attack. Then he stretched out his palm, and a silver-white flame appeared in his palm. With a wave of his palm, he repelled the golden light. The silver palm, accompanied by the monstrous flame, grabbed forward. Chapter 1691. Boom! Hong Yu was instantly hit by the aura and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Ah! Hong Yu roared madly. He was bleeding all over, but he was still fearless. The golden light in his eyes spun rapidly and formed 2 strange patterns. 10,000 years in one glance. He activated his strongest illusion technique. The silver figure felt the illusion attack and his body trembled. His face stiffened, but soon a rumbling sound erupted from his body, and he was instantly sent flying. The terrifying illusion technique was broken. Kid, I have to admit that your eye technique is indeed very strong. You can even fight those of a higher level. I'm afraid even a 6-star king is no match for you, but it's useless against me. I'm a clone of Lord. My strength is definitely not something you can imagine. The silver figure sneered. In the next moment, he slowly walked forward. All right, it's over. Come back with me. With every step he took, silver ripples flickered under his feet and formed a mysterious energy. Hong Yu's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. This was because the other party's footsteps seemed to be stepping on his heart, making him tremble all over. He could not resist at all. He struggled with all his might, but the injuries on his body increased, and many parts even exploded. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, you will definitely die. The silver figure looked at Hong Yu, who was lying in a pool of blood expressionlessly. He waved his hand, and a silver chain flew out like a spirit snake. It seemed that he wanted to chain Hong Yu up. Hong Yu shook his body and tried to struggle, but he had no strength to resist at all. A look of despair appeared in his golden eyes. He even mobilized the last bit of strength in his body and prepared to self-destruct. However, a sword light flashed and instantly slashed the chain like a divine rainbow meteor. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and 4 silver chains flew out horizontally. Who is it? The silver figure roared when he saw his attack being sent flying. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the void. 1 man and 1 dragon, their expressions solemn and their auras sharp. It's you, Hong Yu said with difficulty when he saw the figure. That's right, the person who came was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They flew madly all the way and finally arrived at the last moment. In a flash, the dark red divine dragon appeared in front of Hong Yu. Waving its claws, it took out a few elixirs and fed them to Hong Yu. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave as he stared at the silver figure. When he saw the other party's appearance, his eyelids twitched violently. Mo Tianqi. He was shocked inwardly. This was an existence that had impersonated Dan Qinzi, a true almighty. No wonder Hong Yu couldn't withstand it. Not to mention Hong Yu. Even he couldn't contend against it. However, wasn't the other party fighting the Qinghe ancestor? How did he end up here? Kid, be careful. He's just a clone. The dark red dragon reminded him from behind. Clone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't him. As long as Mo Tianqi didn't come in person, it wouldn't be the worst-case scenario. Indeed, compared to the real Mo Tianqi, a clone was probably much weaker. If Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, he might be able to resist. However, the silver clone sneered when he saw the change in Lin Xian's expression. Kid, what's with that expression? Do you think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Although I'm just a clone, I'm not someone you can fight against. He waved his hand, and the 4 silver chains flew towards Lin Xian again. They were like 4 silver pythons that were incomparably fierce. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and swung it. With a loud collision, the sky was filled with golden light. The 9 darkness demonic sword hit the 4 silver chains, causing the surrounding void to collapse instantly. He blocked it. The silver clone was shocked. He didn't expect the combat strength of the young man opposite him to be so powerful. It was beyond his expectations. One had to know that even a 6-star king couldn't block his attack. However, the other party actually blocked it. This was too surprising. Good kid, no wonder you're so confident. You're indeed capable. However, it's impossible for you to kill me. The silver clone sneered and stared at Lin Xian. It seems like you have some secrets on you. Why don't I capture you and give you to master? Poof! The silver clone stretched out his hand, and a ball of white flame jumped rapidly in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ball of silver-white flame flickered with flickering light as it flew out at high speed. It flew towards Lin Xian. Be careful, Hong Yu warned from behind. He was injured by the silver flame, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. The silver flame was a great threat to him. The aftershocks made his whole body tense, and he felt like he was on the verge of death. What a terrifying flame! What is it? Lin Xian was shocked. The other party was just a clone, but the power displayed was too terrifying. He really didn't know how powerful Mo Tianqi's real body was. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and then his fingers moved. Balls of black flame flew out from his fingertips and quickly floated forward. Boom! These black flames were the dark sky flame. It was extremely terrifying and emitted a strange energy. In the next moment, the 2 balls of flame collided in the air. Chi! Chi! The 2 balls of flame collided and shook violently. The terrifying temperature burned, causing the entire void to distort. Boom! However, in the end, Lin Xian's dark sky flame couldn't resist the silver flame and was torn apart. Whoosh! Although the silver flame had broken through the dark sky flame and became much dimmer, it still charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. His heavenly darkness flame was incomparably terrifying and had never failed before. However, this time it was actually destroyed by the silver flames. This shocked him greatly. He snorted and moved his finger again. Suddenly, a blue aura surged out as if it was going to freeze the entire space. See God's ice. Blue ice crystals flew out, forming ripples that froze the space. The power of ice surged towards the silver flame. Crack! 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 Instantly, the silver flame slowed down a lot. In the end, it seemed to have entered a quagmire and became slower and slower. Not only that, but the cold aura around it also increased. If not for the terrifying silver flame, it would have been frozen. The two were in a stalemate. The silver flame jumped and emitted a terrifying energy that melted all the surrounding ice. However, there was too much cold aura. The two fought, and in the end, the silver flame was frozen. What? It's frozen. Seeing this scene, Hong Yu, who was behind him, was also dumbfounded. He knew how powerful the silver flame was. Back then, he fought back with all his strength and couldn't resist it. However, now it could freeze it.